Chapter 1419. Wang Lin stood in midair and cupped his fist toward the statue of the first-generation rosefinch. He waved his right hand, and the blood sword in front of the statue gave off a shocking sword hum. It pulled back and charged at Wang Lin. His words were filled with determination. When the first-generation rosefinch heard it, it caused the first-generation rosefinch to become silent. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the sky. Flames burned in his left eye and lightning flashed in his right eye. He stood there like he was supporting heaven and earth. His solemn voice reverberated. Since I can't rely on others to revive one heir, then I will rely on my own strength. Since the old ancestor can't bring all my friends away, then I will stay. I will break open the sky and bring all my friends to ascend as a celestial. His words were like a proclamation that reverberated in the sky. It was like rumbling thunder that shook the heavens and earth. If leaving this world was compared to becoming a celestial, then what Wang Lin said was that not only did he want to become a celestial, but he also wanted to bring everyone to become a celestial. A moment later, the first-generation rosefinch let out a sigh. Maybe you're right. Forget it. You've passed the heaven trial. I know that you left behind the vermilion bird's blood on a desolate star in the fallen land to lure the fire sparrow clan to take it. What you're after should be the fire essence of the fire sparrow clan. Although you've awakened the vermilion bird's fourth time and given birth to the void fire, if you can devour the essence left behind by the third generation of the fire sparrow clan, it will greatly increase your fire essence. Even though the traitorous third-generation Sparrow King was created by someone, his talent is the best I've seen in my life. Even though he was severely injured by me back then, this person's cultivation base is profound, and his personality is extremely treacherous. He must have left a way out back then. The old man still suspects that he has another identity in the ancient star system. However, the old man can't leave this place, so I can't investigate this matter. If you have any ideas about the Fire Sparrow clan, you have to be careful of the third-generation Fire Sparrow clan. Perhaps he is in closed-door cultivation at the Fire Sparrow clan's holy land. If he is really there, I'll give you something that contains the old man's Luo fire. Even if the third-generation Fire Sparrow clan is there, you can keep your life. If the old man's guess is wrong, then use this to protect yourself. As the first-generation Rosefinch spoke, the nine-colored fire between his eyebrows trembled and condensed into a nine-colored feather that flew toward Wang Lin. The third-generation Fire Sparrow clan has the treasure of my Rosefinch clan. The third-generation Fire Sparrow clan doesn't know the method to control it. I'll teach you, and if you have enough cultivation to take it back, I'll gift it to you. The moment Wang Lin caught the nine-colored feather, a complex chant entered his soul and was deeply rooted in his soul. Try to keep the Fire Sparrow clan members alive. They are still of great use to me. I'll help you make the Rosefinch blood on the abandoned planet even more real. Aside from the third generation, no one will be able to see through it. You can leave now. The first generation Rosefinch's voice gradually weakened until it disappeared. His statue also lost its vitality and turned into a dead object. Wang Lin looked at the first generation statue and silently pondered for a moment. Then he bowed deeply and slowly disappeared into the sky. Outside the great Emperor planet, the heaven incense stick was still burning as if it would last forever. Time slowly passed, one breath. From the moment the incense stick started burning until now, it had been 20 sand breaths of time. Although the conversation between Wang Lin and the first-generation Rosefinch had lasted a long time, due to the interference of the first-generation Rosefinch, it had only been a few breaths of time outside. 24 breaths. 25 breaths. The surrounding cultivators were all shocked. Master Simo frowned, and there was a flash of hostility in his eyes. Grandmaster Yun Luo's right hand formed a seal, and she turned into a shadow as she watched. Only the old Rosefinch had a gloomy expression. He vaguely guessed what the old ancestor was thinking. This trial was a test of identity. 26 breaths. 27 breaths. 27 breaths. The third young emperor was able to burn the heaven incense stick to this degree. Look at this person's body. It looked like it was in a life and death crisis a moment ago, but now it has calmed down. The chatter of the surrounding cultivators grew louder and louder. Every breath of time that passed caused their hearts to tremble. It was at this moment that the flame of the heavenly incense stick suddenly grew more intense. The flames rose up into the sky, lighting up almost half of the sky. At the same time, the raging flames rushed towards the remaining half of the Outlander incense. In an instant, the Outlander incense was incinerated. This sudden change immediately attracted the attention of all the surrounding cultivators. Even the old rosefinch's eyes lit up, and he looked over. At this moment, the heaven incense stick rapidly decreased under the pressure of the fire. The fire was about to touch Wang Lin, who was standing below with his eyes closed. At this moment, Wang Lin's soul still hadn't returned. If he didn't return before the heaven incense stick burned out, then even if he passed the trial, in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, he would still be considered a failure. All of this happened in a flash. The heaven incense stick suddenly burned faster and turned into an invisible force that caused the surrounding cultivators to be alarmed. Before their eyes, the heaven incense stick's flames rumbled and instantly devoured Wang Lin. The heaven incense stick was completely burned away by the flames. He didn't come out. The third young emperor's soul didn't come out. Did he fail? I already said that this trial is extremely difficult. This person won't succeed. So what if his cultivation is monstrous? He still failed the trial. Let's see how the first young emperor will save him. The surroundings went into an uproar. Master Simo took a deep breath and joy appeared in his eyes. However, his eyes suddenly narrowed and the joy disappeared. It was replaced with endless gloominess. Grandmaster Yin Luo's right hand was covered in bloodlines and was interrupted once more. What interrupted her wasn't a mysterious force, but a pair of indifferent gazes that pierced through the flames of the Outlander incense. Those two gazes were like fire and thunder. The moment they appeared, the world rumbled. As the fire burned, a black shadow slowly appeared. This black shadow gradually walked out of the fire and appeared before all the cultivators. Wang Lin walked out with a gloomy expression. The moment the heaven incense stick burned out, his soul returned to his body. Once his soul returned, these flames were nothing to him. Under the shocked gazes of the surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators, Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the flames behind him began to dance. They turned into a river of flames that rotated around Wang Lin's right hand. Wang Lin clenched his fist, and the flames collapsed into countless sparks that scattered in all directions. The sparks were like fireflies that filled the world with Wang Lin as the center. From afar, they looked like sparks flying everywhere. As the sparks flew, the nine-colored fire in Wang Lin's left eye rotated and turned into an illusory flame. The thunder tattoo in his right eye rotated with 9 bolts of thunder accompanying it, and there were flashes of thunder in his pupil. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his long hair swirled around him as his gaze swept past the surrounding cultivators. At this moment, Wang Lin was like an immortal and a devil in one. An indescribable aura spread out from him. All of the injuries on his body were instantly healed. After his soul returned to his body, it was burned by the flames, and his body seemed to be filled with boundless power. The cultivators who met his gaze felt their hearts and minds tremble. Great waves of shock set off in their hearts, and they felt as if their bodies were being burned by flames. The more shocked they were, the more the flames burned. In the space of a single breath, the flames were enough to turn them into ashes. If that was all there was to it, it wouldn't be a big deal. What was even more shocking was that when Wang Lin's gaze swept past them, they felt as if their souls no longer belonged to them. They felt illusory, as if they were in the middle of an enormous thunder tattoo. 9 different bolts of lightning rotated around them, threatening to destroy their nascent souls and souls. This feeling only lasted for a moment. When Wang Lin's gaze moved away, it disappeared. However, it was engraved into their bones and hearts. It was a terrifying feeling that they would never be able to forget. Wang Lin's display of might had begun. His gaze alone caused the surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators to feel their minds reeling. Their faces fell, and their eyes filled with terror. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at Wang Lin. That was especially true of those who had been disrespectful to Wang Lin. Their faces turned pale, and their minds trembled. They had the distinct feeling that if Wang Lin willed it, their fleshly bodies would be completely incinerated, and their nascent souls would be turned into ashes by the power of the thunder. Wang Lin's gaze swept past the cultivators. It didn't matter what level of cultivation they had. As far as Wang Lin was concerned, all of them had illusory flames on their bodies. The more emotional they were, the stronger the flames became. A powerful feeling filled Wang Lin, and his face filled with killing intent. He waved his hands, causing the sky to rumble. All of a sudden, illusory flames appeared on the bodies of the surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators. As soon as the flames appeared, they emitted terrifying heat, causing the cultivators' faces to fill with terror. In an instant, the tens of thousands of ethereal fire inside their bodies seemed to be sucked out and flew toward Wang Lin, who was on the giant tortoise. This scene was extremely shocking. The surrounding illusory flames were like strands of smoke that formed a giant vortex. In the blink of an eye, all the illusory flames were absorbed by Wang Lin and formed a storm of illusory flames. This storm rotated rapidly and set off a powerful gust of wind. The surrounding cultivators were pushed back tens of thousands of feet. Illusory flames condensed from the outside world. Old Rosefinch's eyes widened, and he was filled with shock. Grandmaster Yinluo's face was pale, and her mind was shaken. At this moment, if there was a bead and a needle floating before Wang Lin, he would look exactly the same as the person she had seen in the image. Wang Lin rose into the air inside the ethereal firestorm. His eyes were like torches as he looked past the clouds and directly at the gloomy Master Simo. Master Simo, didn't you want to kill me? I'll give you this chance. Come. Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved at Master Simo. He was in a hurry to come back and write, so he had set the drip to the fastest speed. Now that he had just finished writing, his hand was in pain. But when I was on the drip, I encountered something very interesting. I actually met a reader, and he insisted on sending me home. Unbelievable. When there's a chance, I'll tell everyone about it. Chapter 1420. Challenge. A challenge to a third-step cultivator. Since ancient times, a third-step cultivator was like a god to a second-step cultivator. Such a person was almost invincible unless they were at the third step. There might be deaths, but a third-step cultivator could never be defeated by a second-step cultivator. This was like the law of the world. Not only did it exist for eternity, it was deeply imprinted in the minds of all cultivators. Third-step cultivators were invincible. All cultivators were like ants before third-step cultivators. Although Master Simo had been humiliated by old Rosefinch, if it was any other place, whether it was the inner or outer realm, Master Simo could cause a great calamity with just a stomp of his foot. Although he was only at the early stage of Nirvana Void, he was still a god in the eyes of all second-step cultivators. However, right now, the words that shocked the tens of thousands of cultivators were filled with disbelief, echoed across the great Emperor planet like thunder. He actually dares to challenge a third-step cultivator. Although the third young Emperor's cultivation is unfathomable, there is still a large gap between him and a legendary third-step cultivator. Challenging him right now is really stupid. In particular, this person just went through the trial and is likely still injured. He actually dares to say he wants to battle a third-step cultivator? What a joke, what a joke. I don't think so. Although his cultivation level can't compare to a third-step cultivator. After the trial, he used the shock from before to raise his momentum to the peak. If he doesn't fight now, he will completely waste this opportunity. No matter what, how can a third-step cultivator be challenged by someone like us? In my opinion, Master Simo only needs one spell to let the third young emperor know the consequences of being arrogant. I admire the third young emperor because of this. Whether he succeeds or not, he dares to say such words and do such a thing. Since ancient times, how many people would dare to do such a thing? All of you are standing here in disdain. Do you dare to challenge him like the third young emperor? At first, the surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators had their backs to Wang Lin. However, after Wang Lin's challenge, some of them began to speak with respect toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's words, especially the last word, "come," revealed great confidence. Grandmaster Yin Luo's mind was also shaken. She didn't expect Wang Lin to dare to challenge Master Simo. At this moment, in her mind, the Wang Lin before her and the terrifying figure in the image were rapidly changing. She was in a trance and couldn't tell one from the other. Old Rosefinch's face revealed a smug smile. This was the result he wanted. He wanted his juniors to do something that everyone thought was impossible. Although the third step is strong, the old man's slaps weren't for nothing. Old Rosefinch's eyes lit up, and he looked at Master Simo. Master Simo stared at Wang Lin, and his eyes immediately became clear. There was no joy or sadness in his eyes, and a sense of indifference filled his body. At this moment, he was like a different person from before. A powerful majesty slowly spread out from his body and caused the world to distort. As the world distorted, countless illusory souls appeared. Each soul had a mournful expression, and their silent roars seemed to spread across the great Emperor planet. Do you think you can challenge the third step just because you defeated my avatar? Since you're courting death, then the old man will help you. Master Simo's expression was calm as he stepped forward. He moved like a ray of light toward Wang Lin. The surrounding cultivators all stared intently, and even their breathing stopped. They stared at the scene before them, and an indescribable sense of excitement filled their hearts. A third-step cultivator was attacking. This kind of battle was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them, so how could they not be excited? Heaven-breaking 9 annihilations. Master Simo's voice was calm as it echoed across the world. In the blink of an eye, he was less than 1,000 feet from Wang Lin. There was no killing intent or coldness in his eyes as he raised his right hand and waved. One heaven extermination. With one wave, the entire sky trembled and countless cracks appeared. It was as if the sky was being torn open by force. The cracks turned into hideous scars that shot toward Wang Lin. As the sky distorted, more and more cracks appeared. Second Earth extermination. Master Simo's words echoed once more, and the earth rumbled. The surrounding cultivators were terrified and retreated even further. The earth around the giant tortoise trembled as if it was moving. Countless mountains suddenly rose from the ground. These mountains were as tall as the sky, and the moment they appeared, they shattered from their roots and shot toward Wang Lin. At this moment, the cracks in the sky closed in on Wang Lin, and the countless mountains on the earth closed in. 3 life extermination. Master Simo's calm eyes lit up, and he waved his right hand. A cold wind appeared out of nowhere and shot toward Wang Lin. This cold wind was very similar to Wang Lin's Call the Wind. It could extinguish all life force. All of this happened in a flash. Master Simo immediately used a powerful spell with the intent to kill Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. As the 3 spells closed in, the ethereal firestorm around him rotated rapidly. 9 colors of ethereal fire, in my name, turn into a fire spirit and descend upon the world. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and he waved his hand inside the ethereal firestorm. Thunderous rumbles came from the ethereal firestorm, and dragon roars echoed like crazy. A giant dragon had appeared in the ethereal firestorm at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dragon was completely red, and with a roar, it charged out toward the rift in the sky. Scarlet flames surged into the sky, instantly filling up all the cracks. This made the sky look extremely fierce. At this instant, another dragon head appeared in the storm. This time, it was an orange flame dragon that charged out with a roar and charged at the mountains below. This dragon was tens of thousands of feet long, and with one sweep, the mountains immediately began to burn. Shortly after, crazed roars came from the ethereal firestorm around Wang Lin. The third, fourth, fifth, until the ninth black fire dragon appeared at the same time. These 7 fire dragons charged out from the storm, and the storm dissipated. Wang Lin stood there, and adding on the 2 fire dragons from before, he now had 9 flames around him. The 9-colored fire was rotating in his left eye. This scene was extremely shocking, and a powerful aura erupted from Wang Lin's body. The tens of thousands of cultivators that had retreated were all shocked. Wang Lin's figure was deeply imprinted in their hearts, and they would never be able to forget it. 4th extinction burial, 5th extinction time, 6th extinction void, 7th extinction primal chaos, 8th extinction reincarnation, 9th extinction heaven breaking. Master Simo's expression was still neutral, without any killing intent or anger. His mind was calm. When fighting an ethereal fire cultivator, the most important thing was the mind. If one's mind was in a mess and emotions appeared, the other party would ignite ethereal fire. As Master Simo spoke, he took a step forward and closed in on Wang Lin. As he spoke, countless shadows appeared around him. The first to appear was an illusory tomb. This tomb was like a bag, and in the blink of an eye, it filled the world. These tombs gave off a monstrous death aura. Shortly after, time flowed under Master Simo's feet. It was as if time was rapidly changing as he moved forward. Then a blurry void shrouded him. The endless tombs and Master Simo were shrouded in the void, making it impossible to see them clearly. Amidst the blur, he gave off an ancient aura and turned into a reincarnation image. He closed in on Wang Lin in the blink of an eye. The moment he said, "Heaven breaking," Master Simo took a step forward and arrived 30 feet before Wang Lin. He raised his right hand and mercilessly slammed down on Wang Lin. Heaven breaking 9 extinction, 9 steps to destroy the heavens. The world rumbled. The moment Master Simo's palm landed, all the shadows behind him collapsed into countless fragments that were absorbed by Master Simo's palm. His palm closed in. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his 2 fingers formed a sword. As Master Simo's palm closed in, Wang Lin pointed forward. The 9 fire dragons around him let out roars as they circled his fingers and shot toward Master Simo. From afar, this scene was earth-shattering. Master Simo's palm seemed to contain the power to break the heavens. He borrowed the power of the 9 destruction sword to use his 3rd step spell to shatter everything. The 9 fire dragons' heads entwined around Wang Lin's fingers. It looked like Wang Lin's fingers had become the bodies of dragons. The 9 dragons roared and were covered in flames. In an instant, Wang Lin's fingers and Master Simo's palm collided. This was a collision between the power of heaven breaking and the power of ethereal fire. It was also a confrontation of the power of law. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Intense explosions spread across the entire Great Emperor planet. Nearly 10,000 of the surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators coughed up blood as their ears buzzed. Their minds were injured and they quickly retreated. As the rumbles echoed, Wang Lin quickly retreated more than 1,000 feet. His face was strangely red, and he suddenly looked up. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. The 3rd step is indeed amazing. Master Simo's hand trembled, and he clearly felt the power of fire rush toward him. His attack that could break the heavens couldn't even extinguish the fire. The calmness in his eyes dissipated for a moment, and he couldn't help but reveal a hint of shock. However, just as this trace of shock appeared, there was a flash of light in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his right hand and pointed at Master Simo. "Ethereal fire, rise. I'm going to the 4 again. Wife, come with me." Chapter 1421. Ethereal fire didn't belong to the 5 elements of the world. After reaching the peak of corporeal fire, one had to break through the void to transform corporeal fire into ethereal fire. All emotions were the cause of the ethereal fire. When fighting against an ethereal fire cultivator, one's emotions couldn't be affected Master Simo was a third-step cultivator. Not only was his cultivation level high, but his control over his emotions had also reached an extremely high level. If he didn't want to be angry, he wouldn't be angry. If he didn't want to have any emotional fluctuations, he could deliberately make all emotions become like stagnant water. However, right now, Master Simo revealed a trace of shock. This caused a trace of emotional fluctuation. This was something that shouldn't have happened, but it had still happened. Master Simo didn't have time to think about why this happened. The moment he was shocked, ethereal fire erupted from his body. This ethereal fire burned inside his body, and in the blink of an eye, it came out of his body. From afar, the monstrous ethereal fire caused Master Simo's expression to change. His expression changed, and his emotions fluctuated once more. The ethereal fire became even more intense. When the old rosefinch saw this, he revealed an undetectable smile and thought, "The old man's slaps weren't just to teach you a lesson, but to leave an ethereal fire seed in your body. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to fight a third-step cultivator. Little fellow, let's see if you can seize this opportunity." Wang Lin had killed countless people in his life and had walked through life and death situations. He wouldn't waste any opportunity. At this moment, when he saw the ethereal fire around Master Simo, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He suppressed the injuries he had received from the void-piercing 9 annihilation and pointed forward. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious as he pointed forward. The 9-colored fire flew out from his left eye and turned into ethereal fire that shot toward Master Simo. Ethereal fire isn't enough. Ethereal fire, the world, condense for me. As Wang Lin stepped forward, he waved his sleeves, and a gust of wind swept across the world toward the tens of thousands of cultivators watching the battle. The wind contained a high temperature, and as it swept through the area, ethereal fire was born in the bodies of the surrounding cultivators due to the intense fluctuations in their emotions. The ethereal fire didn't burn them, but the moment it appeared, it turned into ethereal fire dragons inside the bodies of the cultivators. In an instant, the fire dragons rushed out of the bodies of the cultivators and filled the world. There was a total of 36,793 fire dragons that appeared with angry roars. From afar, this scene was extremely shocking. It was as if Wang Lin wasn't fighting Master Simo by himself, but all the emotions of the tens of thousands of cultivators gathered to fight Master Simo. In the cultivation world, only Wang Lin could do this with the power of fire. Not even the 4th-generation rosefinch or the 2nd-generation rosefinch could do this. Although their ethereal fire was strong, it had a limit. They could only release it and couldn't absorb it. However, Wang Lin's ethereal fire contained the magnetic force of the heaven-defying bead. As he absorbed it, the world rumbled, and the tens of thousands of ethereal fire dragons shot toward Master Simo as Wang Lin waved his sleeves. With the 9 ethereal fire dragons from Wang Lin's left eye in the lead and tens of thousands of ethereal fire dragons following behind, they formed a heaven-shaking ethereal firestorm. All of this happened in an instant. The moment the ethereal fire appeared inside Master Simo's body, the monstrous ethereal fire dragons rushed into Master Simo's body at an unstoppable speed. Master Simo's face suddenly turned pale, and he quickly retreated. His eyes were filled with terror, but he quickly suppressed it and forced his emotions to freeze. Just a bit more. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. As he moved forward, his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Master Simo, do you still remember the heaven-breaking sect?" Master Simo's body trembled and his eyes were filled with struggle, but he suppressed his emotions. "Master Simo, do you still remember your 2nd junior brother, 3rd junior brother, and 16th junior brother that you kicked out of the cave?" Master Simo's face turned pale and his body trembled. "Master Simo, do you recognize this?" Wang Lin's right hand tore open his storage space and took out a jade. This jade was Sima Mo's identity jade from the heaven-breaking sect. The struggle in Master Simo's eyes became even stronger and he was about to collapse. "Master Simo, do you recognize this?" Wang Lin waved his right hand and something appeared in his hand. It was a palm-sized beast bone. This beast bone was the reason why Sima Mo was kicked out of the heaven-breaking sect. "Shut up." Master Simo's face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. He revealed a ferocious expression and roared at Wang Lin. "Should I call you Master Simo or Sima Mo?" Wang Lin's last words were like a bolt of thunder that caused the ethereal fire around Master Simo's body to burn. As the fire burned, popping sounds came from Master Simo's body. A sense of madness appeared in Master Simo's eyes. He stopped retreating and allowed the ethereal fire to burn his body. His expression became distorted and seven-colored light shined from his body. The purple light almost suppressed the other 6 colors. The old man is not Sima Mo. The old man's Taoist name is Master Simo. Master Simo was burned by the ethereal fire in his body and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The moment the blood appeared, it was burned to ashes. He stared at Wang Lin ferociously, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. His right hand reached at the void, and he let out a roar. The world suddenly darkened as Master Simo reached out, and a giant rift appeared. This rift was very large, and the moment it appeared, all the surrounding cultivators could clearly see that there was another world inside. There were many cultivation planets inside the rift, and there were countless creatures kneeling on each planet. As they worshipped, waves of Joss flames spread out. "Open, the old man will refine the Joss flame realm. Disciple's soul, appear." Master Simo waved his sleeve, and the countless creatures on the planets began to mutter. The voices fused together to form a chant that came out of the rift. The moment this voice echoed, illusory soul fragments appeared around Master Simo. These soul fragments appeared in large amounts, and in the blink of an eye, they filled the entire world. At a glance, these souls were endless and filled the world. Their number was shocking, and it was impossible to count them all at once. There were even countless souls that hadn't appeared yet. The eyes of these souls all revealed fanatical expressions, and there was even more thick incense flames that scattered outwards, shaking heaven and earth. Joss Flame Spell. A Joss Flame spell that only belongs to third-step cultivators. Under the Joss Flame spell, all life will perish. The surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators all retreated in an uproar. They didn't dare to move forward at all. The old Rosefinch's eyes lit up as he stared at Master Simo. He didn't reveal any of his thoughts. "Old man's disciples, bow to me." As Master Simo roared, the countless illusory Joss Flame souls all bowed at Master Simo. With this bow, the world rumbled and a gust of Joss Flames appeared. This wind was purple and charged at Master Simo. As it swept by, the ethereal fire around Master Simo dimmed, and a large amount of it was extinguished. In the blink of an eye, the ethereal fire around Master Simo completely disappeared without a trace. However, the countless Joss Flame souls immediately became blurry. It was as if this kowtow had consumed too much of their energy. This scene was too shocking, and Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. This is the third step, a third step like Taoist water. Even the ethereal fire was extinguished by his Joss flames. Is he really invincible? Wang Lin's eyes were filled with unwillingness. His eyes were like lightning, and he roared in his heart. So what if he's at the third step? Just at this moment, Master Simo suddenly turned around. His eyes were cold as he stared at Wang Lin and roared. Old man's endless disciples ignite the power of Joss flames. These Joss flames can only bow to me. Those who haven't reached the third step can't withstand the power of these countless Joss flame disciples. Since you're seeking death, I'll let you die completely. Joss flame disciples, burn incense and pay your respects to him. The old man wants to see how you will withstand the bow of the old man's endless disciples. Master Simo raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. With this, the countless Master Simo's Joss flame souls all turned toward Wang Lin. Even Wang Lin felt a sense of shock from the countless Joss flame souls that covered the world. Burn the incense and bow. Master Simo's voice echoed, and the countless Joss flame souls all bowed toward Wang Lin. The power of one bow caused a violent, purple wind to appear, and it swept toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin suddenly felt an unspeakable force of law closing in from all directions. Under the pressure, intense pain came from his body. A tearing force came from his body, and it was going to tear his body into pieces. Wang Lin's expression changed greatly. He had nowhere to retreat to. This force came from the heavens, and there was nowhere to hide. I want to see how you will withstand the bow of the old man's Joss Flame disciples. You haven't even reached the third step, and you dare to challenge the old man? You're overestimating yourself. Master Simo's eyes were filled with purple light, and his body was covered in purple light. However, under the purple light, although his body was covered in purple light, there was a fingernail-sized spot between his eyebrows that revealed a faint firefly light. In Wang Lin's eyes, he saw a small person that looked exactly like Master Simo sitting inside. This small person's face was filled with pain, and 2 streams of tears flowed out. "Save me." As the purple wind closed in, Wang Lin seemed to hear the faint voice coming from the firefly between Master Simo's eyebrows. This Master Simo has so many Joss Flame disciples. Old Rosefinch's expression changed, and he was about to step forward. However, just as he stepped forward, Wang Lin's voice echoed across the world. "Old Ancestor, Junior can do it. There aren't many recommendation votes, and cultivators like me don't have a vote. It is difficult to get first place in the monthly votes, and time doesn't wait for me. However, with these free recommendation votes, as long as there are enough people, how hard is it to get first place?" Chapter 14:22. Master Simo's expression was gloomy. Although his words were filled with killing intent, he didn't dare to kill Wang Lin on the great Emperor planet before the old Rosefinch. If he did such a thing, he would face a disaster. If he didn't kill, Wang Lin wouldn't make it too difficult for him. After all, he still had the Sovereign Council and the Sovereign behind him. Right now, Master Simo was planning on making Wang Lin lose the ability to resist and retreat with serious injuries. As a result, no one would be able to say anything, and he would be able to leave unscathed. The power of the endless Joss Flame souls turned into a purple gust of wind that blew toward Wang Lin from all directions. At a glance, the entire world turned purple as if it had been tainted by a demon. This kind of Joss Flame spell was heaven-shaking and could destroy a fifth heaven's blight cultivator. However, Wang Lin's thunder essence had reached completion, and his fire essence had reached the ethereal fire stage. He had also fought against Taoist water, so although he knew the danger, there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, battle intent surged in his eyes. To be more accurate, this was the first time Wang Lin had battled against a third-step cultivator. Before, Wang Lin could only passively resist against Taoist water and couldn't attack. However, after staying in the ancient star system, his cultivation level had increased by leaps and bounds. Before, he could only resist, but now he could fight. Seeing the purple gust of wind close in on Wang Lin, thunder flashed in Wang Lin's right eye. He took a step back and waved his right hand. "Open, ancient thunder realm." The world rumbled, and a giant rift appeared in the sky, covered by the purple gust of wind as Wang Lin tore it open. This rift was 10,000 feet long, and it was as if the purple wind had been torn apart. It appeared before Wang Lin. Thunder rumbled inside the crack, and it gave off an ancient aura. The roars of an ancient thunder dragon echoed through the sky, and as the thunder within the crack crisscrossed, the ancient thunder dragon's giant body appeared. Thunder continued to rush out from the rift and raged inside the purple gust. All of this happened in a flash. It was unimaginably fast. Just as the ancient thunder realm was torn open by Wang Lin, the thunder tattoo in his right eye flew out toward the rift. At the same time, an earth-shattering roar came from the crack, suppressing all the sounds of thunder. The huge head of an ancient thunder dragon popped out of the crack, and as it roared, its body burrowed out with a bang, heading straight for the thunder diagram. In the blink of an eye, This ancient thunder dragon fused with one of the 9 accompanying thunders around Wang Lin's thunder tattoo. This caused the power of the accompanying thunders to increase greatly. Things weren't over yet. In the blink of an eye, numerous primordial lightning dragons appeared, moving with incredible speed to fuse with the accompanying lightning as the violet gale closed in. With the ancient thunder realm as the origin of my thunder tattoo, and with the 9 ancient thunder dragons as the soul of my accompanying thunders, I will display the peak of heavenly thunder. Wang Lin's voice echoed across the world. His long hair fluttered as he raised his right hand and pointed forward. Aside from fire, Wang Lin's most powerful spell was his thunder essence. After devouring the eternal thunder of the Scatter Thunder clan and searching the memories of the head elder of the Scatter Thunder clan, Wang Lin's mastery of thunder had reached the peak. If it wasn't for this, how could he have used his thunder essence to form the Void Gate and even break it open a sliver? As he pointed his finger forward, the 9 accompanying lightnings, which had been fused with the primordial thunder dragon, started to spin rapidly. They revolved around the thunder diagram, which was formed by the 1,000-foot-wide crack, and clashed with the incoming purple gale. From a distance, the 10,000-foot rift looked like a bolt of thunder, and the endless lightning moving inside and outside made it look even more real. The 9 accompanying thunders turned into a thunderstorm that shook the world. The purple gust of wind turned into a purple storm that swept the world. Master Simo waved his sleeves, and the countless Joss flame souls bowed as the purple gust of wind closed in. Wang Lin's thunderstorm had 9 ancient thunder dragons rotating around it. It contained the power of thunder that had existed for countless years through the ancient thunder realm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The collision of the 2 storms caused the great Emperor planet to tremble violently. Under the indescribable impact, the earth seemed to be wiped away by an invisible palm. The giant tortoise below let out a mournful roar as its body trembled and collapsed. The collapse of the giant tortoise immediately caused the arena to collapse. Many of the spectating cultivators coughed up blood and were sent tumbling far away. The thunderstorm suddenly exploded, turning into countless bolts of lightning that swam in all directions. The 9 bolts of accompanying lightning were also swept back. Even the crack in the ancient thunder world that had appeared in the sky suddenly distorted, as if it was about to disappear. The purple storm also rumbled, and a majority of it collapsed under Wang Lin's thunder essence. The countless Joss flame souls were swept by this force and dissipated in large amounts. It was as if the invisible hand that swept the earth was also wiping the sky and extinguishing these Joss flame souls one by one. Master Simo's clothes fluttered and his eyes shined brightly. Under the impact, he retreated a step and waved his hand. He shouted, "Old man, the Joss flame souls are endless. Even if you destroy these, there will be more." Inside the Joss flame realm, disciples come out again. As he roared, even more Joss flame souls were about to rush out from the rift to the Joss flame realm behind Master Simo. Blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. His face was pale, and he retreated. However, as he retreated, he suddenly looked up, and his eyes were filled with monstrous battle intent. He forced himself to stop retreating and took a step forward. He moved like a meteor, and as he moved forward, he raised his right hand, and a withered yellow leaf appeared in his hand. The moment the leaf appeared, the ancient god stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows flew out, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. This blood was the blood of an ancient god. When the blood landed on the withered, yellow leaf, it gave off a red glow. Wang Lin waved his hand, and the leaf was surrounded by red light as it shot toward Master Simo. Its speed was indescribably swift, and it approached in the blink of an eye. Moreover, its size increased explosively as if it was growing with the wind, and it instantly became 300 m, 3000 m, 30,000 m in size. Ancient Leaf, one of the treasures the greedy wolf had obtained from the ancient tomb. Its origin was mysterious, and with the greedy wolf's cultivation, It could seal Wang Lin's spatial bending. Wang Lin couldn't break it by force and could only dodge. Right now, Wang Lin was using it. As an ancient god, he had been nourished by the blood of an ancient god, and he was using the correct method to control it. Its power was countless times stronger than when it was in the hands of the greedy wolf. One leaf covers the heavens. The ancient leaf suddenly passed by Master Simo and appeared outside his Joss flame realm. It suddenly stuck to the crack. "Seal for me! Seal! Seal!" Wang Lin's roar echoed, and the ancient leaf shined brightly like a sealing rune. The moment it landed on the crack to Master Simo's Joss flame realm, it released a powerful sealing force. Under the seal of the ancient leaf, the Joss flame realm trembled violently. None of the Joss flame souls were able to escape. This sudden change shocked Master Simo, and his eyes were filled with terror. He had never heard of a treasure that could seal the Joss flame realm of a third-step cultivator. What kind of treasure is this? Not only was Master Simo shocked, but even old Rosefinch's pupils shrank, and he revealed a look of disbelief. This little fellow actually has such a treasure on him. Grandmaster Yin Luo's face became even more pale, and the fear in her eyes could no longer be hidden. Her heart trembled, and she subconsciously took a few steps back. She clearly remembered that in one of the scenes she had seen, the person before her had waved his hand and 99 similar leaves had appeared to seal the world. This had completely sealed the heavenly Tao spell launched by the cultivators of the ancient star system. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. After sealing Master Simo's Joss flame realm with the ancient leaf, he didn't stop at all. He charged at Master Simo. "Ancient devil soul, come out for me." In an instant, Wang Lin was 1,000 feet from Master Simo. He let out a roar, and black mist came out of his chest. The moment the mist appeared, devilish energy filled the area. It turned into a little person that looked exactly like Wang Lin. It was the ancient devil soul. The moment the little person appeared, it let out a sharp roar. The devilish energy around it churned, and a lance that seemed to be in between the real and the illusory appeared. The lance was wrapped around the little person and shot toward Master Simo. There was a flash of coldness in Master Simo's eyes, but just as killing intent appeared in his eyes, the ethereal fire appeared in his body once more. Master Simo ignored the ethereal fire and stepped forward. He raised his right hand, and purple light flashed like crazy. The old man contributed greatly to the sovereign and was bestowed with the purple Tao essence by the sovereign. This purple Tao is the beginning of madness. As long as your mere treasure has a spirit, it will go crazy before the old man's purple Tao. Master Simo's right hand seemed to grab all the purple in the world, and he waved it. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the purple mist closed in on Wang Lin's ancient devil soul. The ancient devil soul revealed a hint of excitement and let out a sharp roar. Without waiting for the purple mist to close in, it rushed forward and mercilessly inhaled. The excitement in its eyes became even stronger. The ancient devil was the leader of all devils in the world. As a devil, how could it be afraid of madness? The crazier it was, the stronger its demonic nature. After devouring a portion of the purple mist, the ancient devil soul's eyes turned red. It charged through the purple mist at an even faster speed toward Master Simo. Recently, I was injured in my battle with a disease and was in closed-door cultivation to recover. I'm watching the stars shine, but although I'm in closed-door cultivation, there will be a day when I come out. Right now, I need Joss Flames to help me kill the little disease and recover. Although Joss Flames are poisonous, so be it. Fight poison with poison. Chapter 1423. The fog spear surrounded by the ancient devil soul was too fast and instantly closed in on Master Simo. Master Simo's pupils shrank. Although he had expected Wang Lin to be strong, he didn't expect him to be this strong. This child hasn't even reached the third step yet, but he can already battle me. If he breaks through the void gate, I fear I'm not his match at all. He also knows about my past, so he is obviously from the inner realm. This kind of person must die. Unfortunately, this is the Great Emperor planet, so I can't use my killing move. Master Simo didn't retreat, but when his pupils shrank, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. However, the moment this flash of coldness appeared, his expression changed, he coughed out blood, and he retreated. Damn it, Lord Sovereign is right. All ethereal fire cultivators should die. Damn it, this ethereal fire can't be dodged. As long as I move my emotions, it will burn. If this continues, this battle will be bad for me. Master Simo didn't have time to think and wave his right hand. A piece of white silk appeared in his hand. There was blood on the white silk that looked like a plum blossom. This blood was shocking and looked extremely shocking. Master Simo waved his hand, and the white silk immediately flew into the air. The blood on the silk turned into a red mist that surrounded Master Simo. A faint sigh came from inside the red mist. Wang Lin clearly saw a beautiful figure walk out from the red mist. It was impossible to see the figure's appearance, but she was wearing a white dress. After she appeared, she raised her jade-like hand and pressed down on the ancient devil soul. The power of time suddenly spread out from her jade-like hand. The space before her distorted, and the ancient devil soul was shrouded. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin stepped forward and waved his right hand. The ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly, and a ghostly light came from the first star between his eyebrows. In the blink of an eye, a huge furnace appeared in front of Wang Lin. The furnace was huge, and an ancient aura spread out. What was even more shocking was that the moment the furnace appeared, it shrouded Master Simo and the woman in the red fog inside the furnace. Royal Ancient God Artifact, Emperor Furnace. Master Simo's expression suddenly changed, and he suddenly looked up. He was about to take the woman and leave the Emperor Furnace. Just as he was about to move, Wang Lin's eyes turned red, and he pointed at Master Simo. He growled, "Freeze! Freeze! Freeze!" The three claps were like the sound of thunder. Wang Lin spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His expression became dispirited, but the madness in his eyes became even more intense. The backlash that was beyond what his body could bear erupted, and Master Simo's body paused for a very short moment. This pause gave Wang Lin a great opportunity. Royal Ancient God Artifact, open. Wang Lin ignored his injuries as his hands formed a seal and waved. The Emperor Furnace began to rotate, and an ancient aura spread out from inside. Today, Wang, I'm going to refine you, a third-step cultivator. Wang Lin stepped forward and suddenly turned around. He sat down on the giant Emperor Furnace and pressed his hands on the top of the furnace. The 9-colored fire in his left eye surged and surrounded the entire furnace. The thunder tattoo in his right eye appeared once more and turned into endless thunder that entered the furnace. The thunder supported the fire, and the fire supported the thunder. As the thunder and fire combined, a crazy refinement began. This scene immediately caused the surrounding cultivators, who were swept far away but were still unwilling to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to observe with their divine senses, all changed their expressions greatly. Refining a third-step cultivator? Since ancient times, I have never heard of anyone being able to refine a third-step cultivator. The third young emperor actually has such a cultivation level. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The third young emperor has gone crazy. Does he think he is refining a pill? An uproar broke out with a shock that had never been seen before. Not only them, even old Rosefinch's eyes widened. He didn't expect Wang Lin to defeat Master Simo. As long as the two of them tied with Wang Lin's secret help, then Wang Lin would be able to establish his might. A second-step cultivator tying with a third-step cultivator was enough to shock the entire ancient star system. Although he had secretly helped Master Simo, and Wang Lin didn't dare to attack. This was a fact. However, right now Wang Lin was going to refine Master Simo. This caused old Rosefinch to gasp. Good. He is indeed worthy of being a junior of my clan. It doesn't matter if he can refine it or not. To have this kind of idea and courage, this child is a hero. Old Rosefinch laughed, and his eyes were filled with relief. Aside from the Joss Flame realm sealed by the ancient leaves, the only thing left in the sky was the giant furnace. Wang Lin sat on top of the furnace and continued to cycle the origin energy inside his body. He also used his essences to fuse the thunder and fire into the Emperor Furnace to refine it. The Emperor Furnace was a royal ancient god treasure, and its power was heaven-shaking. Now that it was being controlled by a royal ancient god like Wang Lin, it erupted with a powerful force. The ancient god stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows rotated rapidly, and ancient god power surged out of his body and into the Emperor Furnace. Master Simo was inside the Emperor Furnace, and he looked around. There was chaos around him, and his expression was ferocious. He had been caught off guard by Wang Lin and was trapped inside this strange furnace. A mere furnace dares to trap me. Master Simo's hand formed a seal, and he waved his hand. Purple light surrounded his body and turned into two large, purple hands that smashed at the walls of the furnace. The two large, purple hands collided with the walls of the furnace. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the entire furnace trembled. Wang Lin's body trembled inside the furnace, and his eyes became cold. He coughed out blood onto the furnace and closed his eyes. He cycled the power inside his body like crazy to continue refining. What kind of treasure is this? Master Simo continued to use spells inside the Emperor Furnace, but the toughness of the furnace made his expression extremely gloomy. As he continued to bombard the walls, an even hotter temperature began to condense inside the furnace. Mournful roars came from all directions. Master Simo's eyes lit up, and when he looked over, his expression changed greatly. A large amount of illusory souls had appeared around him. These souls were all extremely large. They were ancient devils and ancient demons. Their numbers were incalculable, and their mournful screams pierced Master Simo's mind, causing his pupils to shrink. These illusory souls surrounded Master Simo, and their mournful screams became even more intense. These souls were all the living beings that had been refined to death in the cauldron since ancient times until now. The ancient demon soul that was entangled with the white silk and red fog figures moved back in a flash and merged with the surrounding illusory souls, becoming one with them. The red mist shrank, and the white-veiled woman silently stood beside Master Simo. She still couldn't see her appearance, but the gentleness in her eyes was very clear. Master Simo withdrew his gaze and coldly looked up. He coldly said, "This little bastard has a lot of treasures, but if he thinks he can trap me, he's overestimating himself." Master Simo let out a cold snort as he waved his right hand and shouted, "Seven-colored God Void Nail." The moment he spoke, 29 rays of seven-colored light appeared before Master Simo. The seven-colored light shined on the furnace, and the surrounding illusory souls all retreated. It was as if they were extremely afraid of the 29 nails that had suddenly appeared. "Seven-colored nails, break this furnace for me." Master Simo waved his sleeves, and the 29 rays of seven-colored light shot out in all directions. Bang, 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 bang. Violent sounds echoed as the 29 seven-colored nails nailed into the wall of the Emperor Furnace and mercilessly penetrated it. In the sky outside, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. The Emperor Furnace rumbled, and thorns shot out from the furnace. A total of 29 thorns gave off a seven-colored glow as if they were going to break the Emperor Furnace. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He waved his right hand, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Devil's Soul Bottle. Holding the bottle, Wang Lin bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of ancient god blood. He shouted, "As a royal ancient god, summon 30,000 ancient devils to help me refine." Devilish energy came out of the bottle, and ancient devil shadows appeared. After absorbing Wang Lin's blood, they charged at the Emperor Furnace. Inside the Emperor Furnace, Master Simo's eyes were filled with madness. He let out a roar, and his right hand reached out, and something appeared in his hand. This was a beast bone. This beast bone wasn't large, less than 3 feet. It looked very ordinary, but there was a clear palm print on it. This palm print was deeply imprinted on the beast bone. Even the palm lines could be clearly seen. A mere furnace. Let's see how the old man breaks it. This beast bone was given to him by the sovereign, and the palm lines were left by the sovereign. It contained the power of 1 palm from the sovereign. Looking at the beast bone in his hand, there was a flash of complicated emotion in Master Simo's eyes. He raised his right hand and was about to press down on the beast bone when a faint sigh came from behind him. "Simo, accompany me home." "Okay." Master Simo's right hand trembled, and he revealed a struggling expression. The fingernail-sized firefly between his eyebrows trembled violently. "Let's return his cultivation. Let's go home together." "Okay." At this moment, outside the Emperor furnace, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. His hands formed a seal, and he took a deep breath. This invisible breath landed on the Emperor furnace and spread out. Dao spell. Dream Dao. Wang Lin had created 3 spells in his life: Sundered Night, Flowing Time. After that, he created his first Dao spell in the Dao realm inside, the heaven-defying bead. Dream Dao. Chapter 1424. Wang Lin had only created 3 spells in his 2,000 years of cultivation. Sundered Night was already heaven-shaking, but the law of origin was mysterious and difficult to find. Only Sundered Night could release its full power without damaging any origin energy. Even with Wang Lin's current cultivation, if he were to use Sundered Night by force, it would change the trajectory of the stars and planets, turning day to night, turning night to dawn, and using the power of dawn would require him to be extremely cautious. As for the flowing moon divine ability, even though its might seemed to be slightly inferior to Sundered Night's, the laws of time were something that no one in the world could defend against or resist. Time existed in all things, and it was imperceptibly comparable to the heavenly Tao. Sundered Night, Flowing Time, Dream of the Ancient Order. Wang Lin's 3rd spell was the one he obtained from the Lord of the Sealed Realm in the heaven-defying bead when he was seriously injured during the battle with Taoist water. He entered a mysterious realm that even Wang Lin couldn't explain, the Dao realm. In the Dao realm, 2 spells appeared in Wang Lin's mind. The first was the spell that seriously injured the heaven's blight Tian Yunzi and the Ancient Devil, Dream of Ancient Times. The second was the first Dao spell he had come into contact with. It was the Scatter Dao spell that the old man from the Sealing Extermination clan had used in the 7-colored realm. These 2 spells were very powerful, and they were deeply imprinted in Wang Lin's memory. They couldn't be erased and were deeply rooted in his mind. During his 10 years in the Dao realm, what Wang Lin comprehended was the shockingly powerful Dream of Ancient Times and Scatter Dao. Dream of Ancient Times was an ancient god spell that couldn't be used by cultivators. Even though Wang Lin was an ancient god, he couldn't do it. However, Wang Lin's life was filled with opportunities and danger. The Scatter Dao spell that the old man from the Sealing Extermination clan used in the 7-colored realm had opened the door to Dao spells for him. However, this technique was too majestic. If it was any other time, Wang Lin wouldn't be able to fully comprehend it. But in the Dao realm, Wang Lin used great perseverance to merge this technique with Dream of Ancient Times and created the Dream Dao technique. Back in the Cloud Sea, outside the crack to the demon's sect, Wang Lin had only used a little bit of it, and the Heaven's Blight Elder of the demon's sect didn't notice at all. If it wasn't for Wang Lin pointing it out, the Heaven's Blight Elder's Dao heart would have collapsed, and he would have died. The Dream Dao sounded complicated, but in reality, it was a kind of mental demon. Turn the opponent's Dao thoughts into a heart demon. Use the heart demon to destroy the Dao foundation and destroy oneself. Even cultivators who don't cultivate will have a heart demon, and this heart demon is Wang Lin. Dao spells were extremely mysterious spells in the world. Even third-step cultivators didn't have many of them. Just having one was already a great opportunity. Even someone as strong as Dao Master Blue Dream only had a few. Dream of ancient times was returning to the opponent's memories. Although he couldn't make the opponent's Dao dissipate, like the Sealing Extermination Clan Elder, Wang Lin could use this spell to plant an illusory memory in the opponent's mind. This illusory memory would exist forever in the opponent's mind and could not be erased. It would become real. This was planting a heart demon. The breath from Wang Lin's mouth was Wang Lin's Dao aura, and it quickly entered the Emperor Furnace. Master Simo looked back at the shadow behind him and was shocked. He was startled for a moment. This figure had accompanied him for tens of thousands of years and had become a part of his life. However, during these tens of thousands of years, she had never spoken a word. She should have died. This was the heart-wrenching pain in his heart. The white silk was the belt she used to commit suicide, and the blood on it was the blood Master Simo spat out when he was filled with grief and indignation. Master Simo's body trembled. This sudden change startled him. He forgot about the beast bone in his hand and forgot to place his hand on the beast bone palm print. The nail-sized firefly between her eyebrows flashed even more violently like a candle. "Little sister, it's you. Is it you who is speaking?" Master Simo stared at the illusory figure in a daze. Tears appeared in his eyes, and they gradually became blurry. Big brother, look, a bunch of purple orchids grew here. Big brother, don't always sleep. You promise to play with me today? Big brother, in the cloud sea, on a floating continent, there was a mortal village. A 7 or 8-year-old girl was pouting and constantly pushing the boy who was sleeping beside her. "Little Lon, let me sleep again. Last night, I went with Tiger and the others to steal the Sioux family's eggs. I'm very tired." The boy was a bit older, about 8 or 9 years old. He opened his sloppy eyes and muttered a few words before closing his eyes and falling asleep. Time seemed to pass year by year. "Big brother, Tiger bullied me today. He secretly kissed me." On a small village road, a young man and a young woman slowly walked under the setting sun, elongating their shadows. The young man was carrying a medicine basket on his back. As he walked, he yawned. The girl beside him was wearing a floral dress and looked about 4 years older than Sure San. She was holding a blade of grass in her hand and was mercilessly pulling at it as she spoke. The girl stared at the young man and shouted, "Big brother, did you hear me or not?" I heard it. "Xiaolan, our parents are gone, and Aunt Huzi has been taking good care of us all these years. I think Huzi is not bad, and you're not young anymore. Why don't you marry him?" The young man yawned and turned to look at his little sister. Is there a big brother like you? You clearly like big sister Hong Hong and want to marry me to her little brother. You took the opportunity to get close to her. I don't have a big brother like you." The girl stomped her foot and glared at the young man. The young man's face turned slightly red, and he laughed. He changed the topic and said something to attract the girl's attention. Soon, the two of them began to laugh again and walked further and further away. "Big brother, big sister Hong Hong already has someone she likes you." The young girl from back then had now reached the age of 16. She was like a beautiful flower that had reached the age to bloom. At this moment, the girl looked at the thin young man before her and bit her lower lip as she softly spoke. The young man's body was thin and he wasn't tall. His skin was a bit dark, and he looked like he was suffering from a disease. However, his eyes were very bright, like a spark that would forever exist in the girl's heart. Over the years, the girl knew that although her big brother didn't say it, he was actually very good to her. As long as she liked something, her big brother would do anything to get it and give it to her. The young man smiled. His teeth were very white, and when he smiled, he seemed to be in a much better mood. After hearing the girl's words, the young man touched his little sister's hair and softly said, "Don't think too much. Your big brother isn't that weak. Big brother's dream is to become an immortal. In a few days after you and Hu Zi get married, Big brother will leave for a period of time to go to the Celestial Mountain to find a master." The girl's face turned red, and she whispered, "Hu Zi is very annoying. I told him before that if big sister Hong Hong doesn't marry you, I won't marry him either." The young man laughed, and his eyes were gentle as he softly said, "Okay, you've grown up and are almost a mature woman. Don't always be like a child. Big Brother's dream is to become an immortal. I don't want to spend my life here peacefully." The young man raised his head and looked at the dark sky. "My, Sima Mose, life won't be so ordinary. Xiaolon, wait for Big Brother. Once I succeed in my cultivation, I'll come and help you, and Hu Zi live forever. At that time, I might even have a few nephews, haha." The young man revealed a happy expression. The girl stared at the young man before her. After her parents died, her big brother had become her sky and had always protected her. Her eyes turned red as she lowered her head and softly said, "Big Brother will definitely be able to do it. Xiaolon will always wait for Big Brother to come back. Okay, when you get married, Big Brother will prepare a lot of dowry for you. I'll make sure Xiaolon gets married in a grand manner." The young man looked at his little sister with tender love in his eyes. Several days later, the lively sounds of music echoed in this ordinary village. The girl was wearing her wedding dress and had a veil over her head. The moment she stepped onto the sedan chair, she lifted a corner of the veil and looked into the distance. There was a hint of anxiety on her face. Where did Big Brother go? Why isn't he back yet? It was a wedding in the village, and all the neighbors had rushed over. It was very lively, and there were many children playing around the sedan chair and singing cheerful songs. The surrounding elders all wore benevolent smiles on their faces as they watched this joyous scene. No one noticed that on the road outside the village, there was a group of more than a dozen fierce horses nearing. There were more than a dozen burly men sitting on the horses. These burly men all had fierce expressions on their faces as they talked and laughed loudly. The sound of the horses' hooves was like the rumbling of an earth dragon. It spread across the land, causing the ground to tremble. It spread into the village. There was a mountain not far away that was surrounded by clouds all year round. Rumor had it that there were celestials there. At this moment, a skinny young man was walking down the mountain path with a proud smile on his face. There was a medicine basket on his back. There was a lot of grass inside, and there was even a ginseng. This ginseng was as thick as a baby's arm and had very long whiskers. There was even some spiritual energy coming from it. This ginseng king is probably 100 years old. In order to get it, I wasted a few days. It should be enough for Xiaolan's dowry. The smile on the young man's face became even wider. At this moment, he was halfway up the mountain and casually looked at the village at the foot of the mountain. However, when he looked at it, his entire body trembled and he suddenly stopped moving. The village at the foot of the mountain looked like a monstrous fire. He continued to receive the drip. His left hand was full of needles, so today it was his right hand. Chapter 14:25. A crazed look appeared in the young man's eyes, and a bad premonition surged through his body. His body instantly turned cold, and without hesitation, he rushed down the mountain. It was difficult to go up the mountain, but it was even more difficult to go down the mountain. This rush caused the youth to fall. There were many abrasions on his body, and blood flowed out. However, the youth seemed to have forgotten the pain and recklessly got up to continue rushing down. It must be a fire. It must be a fire. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. The youth's lips trembled as he ran down like crazy. The medicine basket behind him shook and some herbs fell out, but the youth ignored it and desperately ran down. Along the way, he fell several times. Once, his right leg was cut open by a tree branch, but he didn't even look at it. At this moment, his eyes were completely filled with anxiety. After a long time, the youth panted heavily and ran down the mountain with a pale face. He quickly ran down the small path toward the village. His heart was trembling and fear filled his body. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. The youth shouted in his heart and begged. Everything before him seemed to be a blur. Only the path before him was clear. He used all his strength to run down the small path to the official road outside the village. After walking another kilometer, he would be able to see the village. However, even though he couldn't see the village, he could see the monstrous flames. Faintly, he could even hear the miserable screams. These miserable screams were heaven shaking and seemed to cause the earth to tremble. "Little sister!" The youth went crazy and quickly ran forward. Just at this moment, the tremors on the official road became even more intense. A group of more than 10 horses closed in. The clothes of some of the men on the horses were disheveled, and their laughter echoed. "Ha ha! I didn't expect there to be so many beautiful women in this small village. If it wasn't for the fact that I have to complete the gangmaster's order, I really want to kidnap a few. Yes, especially that bride. She's not bad." As the dozen or so horses moved forward, they soon encountered the young man running in a hurry. A burly man on the horse raised his right hand and lashed the young man in front of him, sending him to the side of the road. "Little bastard, you dare to block the path of our caravan. Scram to the side." The young man's body trembled, and he let out a miserable shriek as the attack slammed into him. A massive force slammed into him, causing him to land off to the side and then pass out. Amidst the laughter, the group of more than 10 horses galloped off into the distance. Time slowly passed, and night fell. The coldness was like a tidal wave that caused the ground to tremble. The young man on the side of the road trembled and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with confusion, and his face was as pale as ash. He struggled to stand up, and as he muttered to himself, he staggered toward the village. "Nothing will happen. Sister will be fine. Nothing will happen." After a long time, the burned village appeared before the young man's eyes, illuminated by the moonlight. The young man's body trembled as he stared blankly ahead. His eyes were filled with terror, and he let out a shrill cry as he ran forward. "Little sister, little sister, Xiaolan." As he ran, the young man entered the village. There was still a pungent smell of smoke lingering in the air, and the thick smell of blood wafted in the air. On the ground, apart from the dark blood, there were also corpses with eyes that could not be closed, silently staring at the dark sky. All of this turned into a stabbing pain that drilled into the young man's heart, causing him to almost collapse. All of the corpses were people he was extremely familiar with. Most of the houses around him had been burned down, and only a brightly colored sedan chair remained. It wasn't burned at all, compared to the ruins around it. Its bright color was shocking. The young man bit his lower lip and his body trembled. With indescribable panic, he walked into the burned house next to the sedan chair. There was a corpse lying there, and it was Hu Zi. Beside Hu Zi was a naked female corpse, and it was his older sister, Hong Hong. All of this caused the young man to almost collapse. He trembled as he walked into the depths of the house and saw his little sister. There were still a few beams that hadn't been burned down, and a white silk hung from them. A mournful female corpse hung there. The female corpse's clothes were a mess, and blood flowed out of her orifices. Her eyes were still open, and they were filled with confusion. She seemed to be looking into the distance, waiting for her family. The young man looked at the female corpse and coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Sister!" His extremely mournful voice rang out in the night, in this desolate and silent village. "Don't cry, Xiaolan. Big brother won't sleep. I'll go pluck the purple orchids for you." All right, don't cry. Xiaolan, this is the hundreds of times you've asked me where Mom and Dad went. Didn't Big Brother tell you that Mom and Dad went to a very, very far place? They'll be there to watch us grow up and watch Lon Lon get married. Don't cry. If you don't like Huzi, then forget it. Big Brother isn't interested in Huzi's older sister like you said. Big Brother's dream is to become an immortal. Xiaolan, you have to wait for me here. When Big Brother comes back, I'll let you and Huzi live forever. When you get married, Big Brother will prepare a lot of dowry for you. I'll definitely let Xiaolan get married in style. Tears of blood flowed from the youth's eyes as he fell to the ground. He looked at his sister with empty eyes. Several days later, the young man buried all the corpses in the village. He buried his little sister's corpse alone on the mountain. It was a very high spot, and there were many purple orchids growing around it. The fragrance of the flowers filled the air, and if one sat there, they would be able to see the world beyond the mountain and the lands far, far away. His little sister did not die from the humiliation, but from hanging herself. The young man kept the white silk she used to hang herself in his bosom. He could vaguely sense that his little sister's soul seemed to exist within that white silk. The moment he left the mountain village, the youth looked at the mountain village and took out the white silk. His ears seemed to hear bell-like laughter and words. Big brother, wake up. Look there, there's a bunch of purple orchids. Big brother, where did Mom and Dad go? Lon misses them? Big brother. The youth bit his lips, and a few drops of blood fell from the corner of his mouth and landed on the white silk in his hand. After it scattered, it turned into blood that looked like plum blossoms. Horse gang. The youth's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent and hatred. He turned around and walked further and further away. Big brother, I'll wait for you to come back. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, dozens of years had passed. The youth's talent was beyond his own expectations. Although it was not the best, it was still shocking. He entered the heaven-breaking sect, and with his determination that ordinary people did not have, he became an outstanding disciple among the younger generation. There were more than 1,400 people in the caravan. In one rainy night, all of them died. Not even the fowls and dogs were spared. Even the horses were slaughtered. Among them, there were 7 or 8 elders. The pain they suffered before they died was unimaginable. They wailed for almost half a month before they died. Their souls were extracted, and they had to endure the pain of their souls being refined. They could not enter the cycle of reincarnation. However, Sima Mo's pain was like a needle piercing his heart. The culprit who had humiliated his sister had died many years ago. After Sima Mo searched his soul, he knew that the culprit had not experienced much pain before he died. He was not willing to accept this. After returning to the sect, another 100 years passed. Sima Mo's cultivation level had reached nascent soul, and he became the strongest among the younger generation. He was even taken in as a disciple by the heaven-breaking sect's sect master. This winter, Sima Mo once again left the mountain. He used his spell to calculate the reincarnation body of the culprit who had entered the cycle of reincarnation and began a massacre. What kind of hatred could make a person want to wipe out their enemy, even if their soul had entered the cycle of reincarnation? Time passed. Wang Lin saw all of this from Master Simo's memories, and he silently pondered. He also saw tens of thousands of years later, when Master Simo saw his fellow sect member die in the 7-colored realm. He saw the 7-colored nail planted on his body and was taken away by the sovereign. Although I, Sima Mo, was expelled from the heaven-breaking sect, I'm still a member of the inner realm. Even if I die, I won't become a dog of the outer realm. How can I give up everything just to survive for the lure of a mere third-step cultivator? If I die, then I die. The old man can not only make you not die, he can also make your little sister appear. I can't resurrect her, but I can make her stay by your side for eternity. If your cultivation level is high enough, perhaps you can meet someone who can resurrect her. If you die now, everything will return to dust. An ancient voice came from the world and entered Sima Mo's mind. Sima Mo's mind trembled. Leave with the old man. From now on, you are no longer the inner realm's Sima Mo, but the old man. The sovereign's disciple will be named Master Simo. Inside the emperor furnace, Master Simo's eyes were blurry and tears flowed down. The fingernail-sized firefly between his eyebrows gradually spread and occupied the top of his head. Outside the emperor furnace, Wang Lin was sitting on top of the furnace. Under the gazes of the surrounding cultivators, he opened his eyes, and they were filled with confusion. After a long time, Wang Lin let out a sigh and walked into the distance. He waved his right hand, and the emperor furnace trembled before dissipating. Master Simo's figure appeared. Wang Lin hadn't deliberately left anything in Master Simo's memory about the Dream Tao, but he had left behind some thoughts. He had given up on refining it. This refining might not succeed, as Master Simo still had many methods and treasures he hadn't used. If this battle continued, it would be meaningless. Master Simo stood in the air and silently pondered for a long time. He waved his right hand, and the woman beside him disappeared into his sleeve. With Master Simo's cultivation level, he vaguely knew everything that had happened. He looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze. Please tell me, what she said before. Was it your spell, or I don't know? Wang Lin sighed. If one day I was Sima Mo and his little sister was Wan Er, what would I choose? Wang Lin didn't dare to think about the answer. Perhaps it would be the same as his answer to Sima Mo, or perhaps he already had an answer. Chapter 1426. Master Simo left. Grandmaster Yin Luo also left the great Emperor planet under Wang Lin's gaze and disappeared into the distance. There was no result to this battle, and it was beyond the expectations of all the cultivators here. Even old Rosefinch didn't expect this, but with his powerful cultivation, he was able to vaguely see through something. Even so, it didn't hinder the rise of Wang Lin's prestige in the Fallen Land. In the eyes of these tens of thousands of cultivators, just the battle just now was enough for them to see Wang Lin as someone who could fight against third-step cultivators. The Fallen Council's selection of elders had been interrupted, and now it was continuing. However, none of this had anything to do with Wang Lin. In the Fallen Land, the abandoned star where Lu Jinbiao and Su Ligua were located was also carefully searched by the Fire Sparrow clan during this time. For the Fire Sparrow clan, the trial on the Great Emperor planet was an excellent opportunity. After a careful search, the Fire Sparrow clan found Lu Jinbiao and his guardian spirit, Su Ligua, who were hiding in the deepest part of the abandoned planet. After a fierce battle, Lu Jinbiao was captured and secretly sent out of the Fallen Land to meet up with the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor. Lu Jinbiao's expression was gloomy the entire way, and he did not say a single word. However, he gave off the aura of a grandmaster, as well as the formless might of someone who had been in power for a long time, and a single word from him could kill tens of thousands of people. In the ancient star system outside the Fallen Land, after Lu Jinbiao was taken out by the Fire Sparrow clan members, the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor, who had been cautious and didn't dare to take half a step inside, revealed a hint of ecstasy in his eyes. He stepped forward and didn't even look at the Fire Sparrow clan members greeting him. His right hand turned into a ball of fire and shot toward Lu Jinbiao. Lu Jinbiao didn't panic at all and gave off an ancient aura as he coldly stared at the approaching Fire Sparrow clan ancestor. His calm gaze caused the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor's heart to tremble. There should be no mistake. This kind of aura and pressure can only be possessed by someone who has been in a high position for a long time. If this person is really Rosefinch, then he should be like this. With a cold snort, the ancestor's right hand landed on Lu Jinbiao's body. The power of the flame rushed into Lu Jinbiao's body, and after sweeping through it, he frowned. Little Fire Sparrow clan, you ambushed the old man while he was still in seclusion. Just like your ancestors, you are nothing more than clowns. Lu Jinbiao sneered. The Fire Sparrow clan elder's eyes lit up and the doubt in his heart dissipated. He had observed Lu Jinbiao and found that he did not have much fire energy in his body. Hearing this, his doubts were not completely dispelled. He waved his right hand, and Lu Jinbiao's right arm trembled. A wound suddenly appeared, and a large amount of blood flowed out. This blood was immediately absorbed by the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor and turned into a ball of blood in his hand. After smelling it, the joy in his eyes became even stronger. After hesitating a bit, he swallowed it. When the blood entered his stomach, it immediately turned into an extremely powerful flame that erupted within the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor's body. An illusory scene appeared behind the ancestor. There was a firebird covered in flames inside the illusion, and before it was a smaller rosefinch. This rosefinch's appearance was blurry, as if he was seriously injured. His expression was bleak, and at this moment, he was entangled with the firebird. Soon, he was devoured by the firebird. After devouring the vermilion bird, the flames on the vermilion bird's body grew even more intense, and its shape began to change, becoming more and more similar to the vermilion bird. Good, it really is Rosefinch. The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor's eyes were filled with ecstasy. He let out a laugh, and his right hand landed on Lu Jinbiao's head. The Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor's cultivation was heaven-defying. To be able to cultivate to such a level meant that his intelligence was naturally extremely high. He was also extremely suspicious. After several tests, even though he was certain, he still used the soul-searching technique. In his view, everything in this world could be fake, and only the soul search spell was real. His right hand pressed against Lu Jinbiao's head, and fire rushed out. In the blink of an eye, he began to search Lu Jinbiao's soul. Memories appeared in his mind, and a moment later, the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor revealed a satisfied expression. Although he still had some doubts, the person before him was the 6th-generation rosefinch, so there was no mistake. With a wave of his sleeve, the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor swept Lu Jinbiao past the Fire Sparrow clan members and disappeared without a trace. He had used a great spell to rush back to the Fire Sparrow clan headquarters. As the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor left, on the Great Emperor planet, Wang Lin was sitting next to the lake where the old rosefinch was fishing. His eyes suddenly opened and shined brightly. This Lu Jinbiao's Tao of deception is indeed brilliant. Even the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor was deceived and couldn't find any flaws. Now I need to prepare in detail and wait for Lu Jinbiao to be taken to the Fire Sparrow clan's holy land. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his hands formed a seal that surrounded his body. More and more restrictions appeared, and after a long time, a formation formed around Wang Lin. This formation had a transfer effect, and once it was activated, it would allow Wang Lin to travel through a special method. At dusk, Wang Lin opened his eyes and calmly said, "Ancestor, Junior still has a servant in the fallen land. This person's name is Chung Tahong. I hope Ancestor can take care of him for me." Before him, the old rosefinch was sitting by the lake with a fishing rod in his hand and a jug of wine beside him. He looked back at Wang Lin with a kind gaze. "Is everything ready?" Wang Lin nodded. "There are still a few magic treasures that need to be refined. Just wait for the other side to open." The old rosefinch put down the fishing rod, picked up the jug of wine, and took a sip. He said, "The old man has already given you the method to control the fire dragon. Now that you have to leave, it will be very dangerous. I don't know when we will meet again. If you have any other requests, you can tell me." Wang Lin silently looked at the old rosefinch. Although he had only known the old rosefinch for a few days, the old rosefinch's selfless help and protective actions gave Wang Lin a rare sense of warmth. Now that they were about to part, there was a faint sense of sadness in his heart. The old rosefinch saw the silent appearance of Wang Lin, and the kindness in his eyes deepened. He smiled and said, "If there is a chance in the future, we, grandfather and grandson, will meet again. Don't be reluctant like children. The next time the old man sees you, I hope you can surprise me again." Wang Lin looked at the old rosefinch, took a deep breath, and nodded. He said, "Ancestor, this junior wants the cultivation method of the ancient soul restriction on the arena." "You want the ancient soul restriction?" The old rosefinch pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "The ancient soul restriction was snatched by the 1st-generation ancestor. Even the old man doesn't have the cultivation method. Forget it. I will give this restriction to you to protect yourself. When you have time, you can study it yourself. Perhaps with your enlightenment, you might be able to learn something." As the old rosefinch spoke, his right hand reached toward the sky. In the distance, the earth rumbled and the sky suddenly changed colors. The wind and clouds scattered and a ghostly light appeared in the sky. Gradually, a giant tortoise beast appeared in the sky. The tortoise beast's eyes were cold as it looked down at the old rosefinch. The old rosefinch's right hand formed a seal, and he pointed forward. The giant tortoise flashed again, and its body suddenly shrank. The more it shrank, the more dazzling the light became. In the blink of an eye, the giant tortoise had turned into a shell the size of a palm. The ghostly light was like the moon that shrouded the world. With a wave of his hand, the old rosefinch sent the tortoise shell to Wang Lin. Wang Lin took it, looked at it, then put it away. He clasped his hands at the old rosefinch and was about to speak when he was interrupted by the old rosefinch. The old rosefinch's expression was a bit serious as he let out a dry cough and said, "Don't thank me. Is there a need for a junior to thank an elder for giving something to a junior? If you are grateful, why don't you help the old man with something? Ancestor, please speak. As long as Junior can do it, I will definitely do it." Wang Lin's voice wasn't loud, but it was decisive. The old rosefinch's face turned red. He put down the fishing rod, rubbed his hands, and whispered, "You, the rosefinch, have awakened 4 times and can already send the rosefinch mark to your clan. The old man hopes that when you choose the 7th generation rosefinch, this..." Wang Lin looked at the old rosefinch and quietly waited for him to finish. You have to choose a good candidate. You can't choose those who are indiscreet, do you understand?" The old rosefinch blinked. Wang Lin frowned. He didn't quite understand. After pondering for a while, he nodded and said, "Don't worry, ancestor. I will carefully consider the choice of the 7th generation rosefinch. I will not let the 3rd generation rosefinch's matter happen again." The old man doesn't mean that. The old rosefinch rubbed his hands again and gritted his teeth. What the old man means is that the 7th generation rosefinch you choose can't be a playboy. Sai, why don't you understand? Aren't you supposed to be very perceptive? Wang Lin was stunned for a moment. He looked confused and nodded. "All right, I will definitely not choose a playboy as the 7th generation rosefinch. After all, it's not good for cultivation if one is too greedy for beauty." The old rosefinch glared at him and said in a low voice, "It's not that you can't be too greedy for beauty, but you can't be greedy for even the slightest bit. You can't touch them." Sai, where did your wisdom go? Why do you have to make it clear to the old man? The old man wants someone with extraordinary willpower. It's better if you choose the 7th generation rosefinch from the dolls. If your yang spirit is destroyed when you grow up, you won't be able to cultivate the old man's cultivation method. That's it. You can choose one of the dolls and send it to the old man the next time you see him. Remember, the yang spirit must not be destroyed. It's not that I want to criticize you, but look at you. You're so young, yet your willpower isn't as good as the old man's. You have to know that the old man's yang spirit hasn't dissipated at all in the past tens of thousands of years. I really don't understand what's so good about dual cultivation for you juniors. The old man has never dual cultivated with anyone before. Every day, he is full of energy. Don't even mention how happy he is." Wang Lin was stunned. He stared at the old rosefinch and couldn't speak for a long time. He bitterly smiled and nodded. The old rosefinch let out a sigh of relief. He had placed all his hopes on Wang Lin. After seeing Wang Lin nod, the old rosefinch coughed and said, "The old man's spell can only be used to its fullest by people who have their yang spirit intact. I don't have any special hobbies. How about this? The old man won't ask you to help for free. I'll teach you a spell. This spell is one of the 3 strongest spells of my rosefinch family. It was passed down from the ancient celestial. Although your yang spirit has been destroyed, you should be able to cultivate it. This spell is too powerful and will burn your lifespan. Don't use it carelessly. It can be used as a life-saving spell." April arrived, and today was the day. At least 4 chapters. Work hard at 5 chapters. Strive for 6 chapters. Fight in April. Fight for the monthly votes. Chapter 1427. Remember, unless you have no other choice, don't use this spell. Old Rosefinch's expression was extremely serious. After he finished speaking, he took a deep breath and formed a set of strange seals with his right hand. As the seals appeared, ethereal fire appeared between Old Rosefinch's eyebrows and fused with the seals. The seals flickered and fused together to form a 10 feet long fire bone. Calling it a bone wasn't appropriate. This bone was like a rod and was straight without any bends. The moment the fire bone appeared, Old Rosefinch revealed a serious expression and his hands formed another seal. With a wave of his hand, another set of seals appeared and turned into thin lines. These lines didn't wrap around the fire bone, but connected to the top of the fire bone and extended outwards. From a distance, this thing formed by old Rosefinch's spell was very strange. If you spread some oil paper on it, it would look very similar to the umbrellas used on rainy days in the mortal world. Wang Lin stared intently. He saw old Rosefinch form 2 sets of seals, each of them different. The first set had 999 seals formed in an instant, and the second set was far more than the first. The number of seals formed in an instant was 9,999. There was no fluctuation of origin energy in the world, and the wind and clouds didn't move back. The surroundings were extremely quiet, and even the ripples on the surface of the lake were the same as usual. There were no ripples at all. It was as if nothing had changed. After forming the 2 sets of seals, old Rosefinch's expression became even more serious. He took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed a strange light. He waved his hand, and his left and right hands formed a seal at the same time. In an instant, the light shined brightly and penetrated the surroundings of the lake. It spread in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, it was endless. Old Rosefinch's hands moved faster and faster without any pause. Seals appeared in his hands one by one. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. The chaotic seals were dazzling. Old Rosefinch's hands were so fast that the naked eye couldn't see them clearly. Even if the divine sense tried to probe, it would be blocked by a strange force. Rosefinch threw his head back and let out a roar. The number of seals in his hands had already exceeded 1 million. They appeared at the same time, sweeping up the world and transforming into a storm that rumbled toward the fire bones. In an instant, the storm fused with the fire bone, sucking it into the storm and sending it flying into the sky. Wang Lin sucked in a breath and looked up. His pupils suddenly shrank. The storm in the sky was like a giant umbrella that hadn't been opened yet. Waves of illusory flames revolved around it, forming countless roaring fire dragons. At a glance, the entire sky seemed to be occupied by fire dragons. These fire dragons lingered outside the storm and roared repeatedly. This scene was clearly seen by everyone on the great Emperor planet. Realm-burning umbrella. Old Rosefinch let out a roar and the world trembled. The storm suddenly stopped spinning and quietly floated in the air, motionless. An indescribable pressure slowly descended from the sky. The plants on the ground bent over, releasing a large amount of mist. In the lake, the fish swam quickly, and the lake water seemed to boil, bursting with bubbles. Fine cracks abruptly appeared on the ground, as if they were fissures. All the cultivators who saw this felt their blood begin to burn and dry up. The sky was filled with endless distortions, as if this still storm couldn't withstand it. The distortions continued to spread, and in the blink of an eye, almost half of the fallen land was covered by the distortions. All the planets that were covered showed signs of destruction, as if they had been experiencing a drought for tens of thousands of years. Old Rosefinch's breathing was a bit rough. It was obvious that using this spell was a great burden on him. The first group has 999 seals, the second group has 9,999 seals, and the third and fourth groups have 990,000 seals. Within 9 breaths of time, all of these seals must be unleashed. Each seal contains the sun of one's nascent divinity, as well as the power of one's cultivation base. When combined with a special mnemonic, the most powerful technique of the Vermilion Bird clan, the realm-burning ancient umbrella. If one of the seals is wrong, it will cause an unimaginable backlash. Even if the old man is at the mid-stage of arcane void, he will be seriously injured by this backlash. If he isn't a fire cultivator, he might even die. This spell came from the ancient celestial sovereign. The old man heard the first-generation ancestor say that back in the ancestor's hometown, the celestial sovereign used this spell to destroy 10 trillion people. That's why it is called the realm-burning spell. This spell was considered an extremely powerful spell in the hands of the ancient celestial sovereign. The old man doesn't know if this spell can be considered a Tao spell, but I heard the first-generation ancestor say that the realm-burning umbrella can be opened 9 times, and each time it can destroy a world. Back then, the ancient celestial sovereign destroyed a world and opened the umbrella 8 times. The 9th time, not even the celestial sovereign dared to open it. The first generation ancestor's cultivation was heaven-defying and was at the early stage of void turbulent, but he could only open the umbrella 5 times. As for the old man, because his origin soul's sun hasn't been broken for tens of thousands of years, he can use his own sun to open the umbrella twice at the mid-stage of arcane void. This spell shouldn't have been passed down to you, but it is too dangerous. If you are careless, it will cause a disaster. The first generation ancestor said that this spell is not complete and that the ancient celestial sovereign secretly learned it. However, your comprehension is shocking, so you can decide for yourself. Old Rosefinch's words came out in a rush. Wang Lin stared at the storm in the sky and was shocked by Old Rosefinch's words. He originally thought that the spell Old Rosefinch would pass down would at most be a Dao spell. He didn't expect it to be such an unimaginable spell, opening the umbrella 8 times and destroying 10 trillion people in a world. Can this still be considered spell? Old Rosefinch's breathing became even more rushed, and he waved his right hand. The storm in the sky trembled and showed signs of dissipating. This spell can only be passed down to this point and can't be casually opened. Once it is opened, it will cause great damage to this place. Old Rosefinch bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood from his mid-stage arcane void cultivation. It turned into a monstrous blood mist that merged with the storm and caused the storm to gradually dissipate. It wasn't until 15 minutes later that the storm finally disappeared. Everything on the Great Emperor planet returned to normal, and the distortion also slowly disappeared. Although this didn't last for a long time, it caused Wang Lin's scalp to go numb and his eyes to shine. Although this spell hadn't been used, Wang Lin could feel how powerful it was. His heart began to beat faster. Only when the world returned to normal did Old Rosefinch let out a sigh of relief. His expression gradually calmed down, and he waved his right hand. A jade flew toward Wang Lin. Inside this jade are all the seals, as well as the method to open the umbrella. Quickly memorize them, and if you don't make any mistakes, destroy this jade. After the old vermilion bird finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Wang Lin accepted the jade and stared at it. His eyes flashed with images of Old Rosefinch using this spell. Wang Lin's heart was moved. In his life, it was rare for his heart to be moved by a treasure or a spell. It wasn't a normal heartbeat, it was a pounding heart. He had cultivated restrictions his entire life and was a grandmaster among restrictions. For others, forming 2 million seals in 9 breaths of time was an extremely difficult task. In reality, this was indeed the case. 9 breaths of time was too short, but when Wang Lin reached the core formation stage, he had to quickly form many restrictions. Also, some restrictions could only be placed or broken in a split second. In that split second, he had to form a large amount of restrictions for it to be possible. Therefore, although the first threshold for others was difficult for Wang Lin, it wasn't absolute. What shocked Wang Lin the most was what Old Rosefinch had revealed and the origin of the realm-burning umbrella. It seems that the ancient celestial sovereign, which is the ancient celestial emperor, secretly learned it. This spell is not complete. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with shock. There was the word seems in those words, and there were countless variables. However, if it was true, then the meaning behind it was simply too shocking. This spell, just who created it? And where did the ancient celestial emperor secretly learn it? If that's true, then just an incomplete spell that he secretly learned is enough to destroy the world. If this spell is complete, Wang Lin silently looked up at the sky. Gradually, he felt the same way he did when he was a mortal. When he looked up at the sky, he felt incredibly small. What does my current cultivation level count for? Just how big is the sky? What is beyond the sky? After a long moment, Wang Lin let out a long sigh, and his eyes shined brightly. The more he knew, the smaller he became. However, Wang Lin didn't become dispirited because of this. Instead, it aroused his unwillingness. It was just like what he had said to the first rose finch. I could do it too. Wang Lin can do it too. Wang Lin could do it too. Among all living things in the world, some are mortals, some are immortals, some are below, and some are above. All living things in the world are different. The world is inherently unfair, but at the same time, it is also extremely fair. If someone can create a divine ability like this, and if someone can cultivate it to an unimaginable level, then Wang Lin, can do it too. I might not be talented enough, but I can't be a stumbling block in my path. Today, I'm going to learn the world-burning divine ability that was created by someone else, and then secretly learned by the ancient celestial emperor. He said, I'm going to let others learn the magic of Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was one of determination. He didn't let out a long cry, nor did he shout. He only murmured in his heart, as if he were engraving his will. Perhaps this was his engraving. He closed his eyes, and Wang Lin's entire mind entered the jade slip in his hand. He deeply engraved the countless seals within it into his mind, and even left behind the opening of the umbrella. The jade slip in his hand exploded into dust with a bang, and then dissipated. The dust was picked up by the wind and flew off into the sky. It seemed to represent Wang Lin's engraving as it flew further and further away. In this fiery April, I don't want to be a side character. I don't want to watch others kill each other. If others can do it, then so can I. Wang Lin's engraving was also the engraving of the ears. Seeking monthly votes. Fight your way back to the top 3. Chapter 1428. The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor was a third-step cultivator. Although he was only at the early stage of Nirvana Void, he could shake the world with just a wave of his hand. He used an escape spell and spatial bending to bring Lu Jinbiao back to the Fire Sparrow clan headquarters. On the Fire Sparrow clan planet, the ancestor stepped out and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. In a flash, he charged into the depths of the planet where the flames surrounded it. He was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the place where he usually cultivated. The temperature of the flames here was extremely terrifying. Just a single spark could burn a cultivator's body to death. However, the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor didn't feel any discomfort and quickly closed in with Lu Jinbiao. Lu Jinbiao's expression was as gloomy as water as he coldly looked at the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. At this moment, he had completely immersed himself and forgotten his past. He had even deceived himself into thinking that he, Lu, was the 6th-generation rose finch. After being in power for too long, he had been captured by the Fire Sparrow clan's sneak attack. Even so, as the 6th-generation vermilion bird, he had his own dignity. Even if his life was in danger, he would not beg for mercy. There was a blurry door at the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor's place of closed-door cultivation. This door was completely illusory and hidden in the sea of flames. Ordinary people couldn't even take half a step inside, and with the ancestor personally guarding it, it could be said to be very strict. Although he had left, the blurry door inside the fire contained a powerful restriction. This restriction wasn't placed by him, but by his master. The restriction was so powerful that even a third-step cultivator wouldn't be able to break it in a short period of time. After arriving outside the door, the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor suppressed the excitement in his heart and knelt down. This scene caused Lu Jinbiao's eyes to narrow. A third-step cultivator, the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor, was kneeling before the door. Master, this old servant has captured the 6th-generation rose finch. I hereby offer it to Master to help Master recover from his injuries. Master? Lu Jinbiao's scalp went numb, and his eyes were filled with shock. He stared at the blurry door, and a monstrous wave was set off in his heart. The master of a third-step almighty. The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor knelt there and waited for a long time. There was no impatience on his face, and he was still respectful. The more he acted like this, the more shocked Lu Jinbiao was. He actually showed signs of awakening from the Tao of deception. He was startled awake. Sixth-generation Rose Finch. After a while, an illusory voice floated out from the door. The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor's body trembled, and his expression became even more respectful. Excitement appeared in his eyes as he quickly said, "This old servant has already investigated clearly. I swallowed this person's blood and searched his soul. This person was the sixth-generation Rose Finch. Moreover, this old servant captured this person in the Fallen Land." The voice fell silent, and as it did, a formless pressure gradually enveloped the area, causing Lu Jinbiao's body to tremble. The arrogance in his eyes had long since disappeared, replaced with boundless terror. He was completely shocked awake. "This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand." Lu Jinbiao's mouth was dry and his eyes were filled with fear. He screamed like crazy in his heart, using a third-step cultivator as a slave. Who the hell is this person? That Wang Lin arranged for me to come in and said he could save me. But even if he came, I fear he would die. After a long silence, the illusory voice came from the door once more. "Send him in." Lu Jinbiao's body trembled, and he was about to explain, but the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor grabbed him and charged into the blurry door. All of this happened too fast. Before Lu Jinbiao could explain, he felt his body tremble. He was grabbed by the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor and charged into the door. The restriction on the door seemed to be suppressed and didn't erupt, allowing the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor to enter. The moment he entered, what appeared before Lu Jinbiao was a scene he would never forget in his life. This was a star system. There was no sky or earth, only a giant ball of fire. This flame occupied 70% of the star system, and as it spread out, it released a thunderous roar. There were no star marks in the starry sky outside the flames. There were only branches as thick as an arm that seemed to extend out from the void and cover the entire starry sky. At first glance, it looked like a spiderweb. The flame was at the center of the spiderweb. The spiderweb branches were like tunnels with countless bumps wriggling inside. They went from all directions to the flame in the center, as if they were being absorbed by the flame. The color of the flame was seven-colored. There was no black or white. The seven-colored flame was monstrous, and one could vaguely see a figure sitting in the depths. This figure seemed to be wearing armor, and there was a seven-colored rose finch behind him. "You can leave." The illusory voice echoed in this strange space. A fist-sized, seven-colored flame flew out toward the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor and entered between his eyebrows. The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. "Go meditate and digest." The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor respectfully nodded and disappeared. At this moment, only Lu Jinbiao and the figure in the flames remained in this strange, starry sky. Lu Jinbiao's body trembled. He could feel a suffocating pressure coming from a flame. This pressure was enough to kill him tens of thousands of times. "You're not the sixth-generation Rose Finch." The illusory voice slowly entered Lu Jinbiao's mind. This caused his heart to skip a beat, his scalp to go numb, and his soul to scatter. Lu Jinbiao knelt on the ground, and his eyes were filled with fear. Without hesitation, he begged, "Great Celestial, please spare me. Please spare me. This lowly Lu Jinbiao is only a little cultivator. I was threatened by someone and had to come here. If I didn't come, I would have lost my life. Please have mercy, Great Celestial." This lowly one is willing to serve Great Celestial. However, there is something this Lord is interested in on you. The illusory voice interrupted Lu Jinbiao's words. Some of the countless tunnels around Lu Jinbiao suddenly rose up and wrapped around Lu Jinbiao. They broke into his body and sucked, causing Lu Jinbiao to let out a miserable scream. His body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. A large amount of blood was drawn out and turned into bumps on the branches, which flew straight to the flame. Aside from his blood, his vitality also rapidly dissipated. In this moment of crisis, Lu Jinbiao struggled and coughed out a mouthful of essence energy. The moment he coughed out this mouthful of essence energy, a monstrous sword energy shot out. Suligwa had turned into a large sword. After he appeared, he didn't stab at the flame shadow, but rotated and formed a sword storm. Master, the tunnel has been opened. Suligwa was also scared out of his wits. He was so scared that he began to roar in his heart. It's all that fiend's fault. He thought the Holy Land had a fire essence, but he didn't expect there to be a living person here. A living person who has a third-step cultivator as a slave. Interesting. The illusory voice seemed to have a smile on it as it slowly echoed. In the Fallen Land, on the great Emperor planet, Wang Lin sat inside the transfer array with his eyes closed. His mind entered the wind and rain world and found Tian Yunzi's soul. His mind quickly divined the future. At this moment, his eyes suddenly opened, and there was a flash of brutality in them. Before Wang Lin came to the great Emperor planet, he didn't know that there was someone healing in the Fire Sparrow clan's holy land. However, after talking to the first-generation Rosefinch, he knew that there was definitely someone inside. If he had given up on the plan at that time, it wouldn't have been impossible for Lu Jinbiao and the others to come back. However, a crazy thought appeared in Wang Lin's mind. The first-generation ancestor had said that the person healing was likely the traitorous third-generation Sparrow clan. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't leave the Heaven region, he would have slaughtered his way into the Fire Sparrow clan and personally ended that traitorous Sparrow clan. Although he didn't say it explicitly, he told Wang Lin that he would help Wang Lin perfect his plan and sneak into the Fire Sparrow clan's holy land. He even gave Wang Lin a sparrow feather treasure. All of this pointed to a problem. More importantly, the traitorous third-generation Sparrow clan had another identity in the ancient star system. Wang Lin had guessed this identity before, and he already had 70% of the answer. It could even be said that the answer was 90%. 70% was enough for him to decide to do something earth-shattering, not to mention 90%. After doing this, he would leave the ancient star system and return to the sealed realm. He was injured by the first-generation Rosefinch and was seriously injured by the roar of a mysterious cultivator in the inner realm. He had no choice but to go into closed-door cultivation to heal. He hasn't appeared for tens of thousands of years, but he secretly manipulated the ancient star system and used all sorts of schemes. His daughter entered the inner realm to lure Qing Lin and destroyed the Joss flames of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Then she joined forces with others to force the Lord of the Sealed Realm to collapse his body and almost die. Anyone from the inner realm that he fancied would be lured by any means necessary, like Sima and Mo, Qing Lin, and if I'm not wrong, even the madness of Shimizu back then had a lot to do with this person. What's more, he wanted to plant a Dao seed. All of this was done by him. Now that he is seriously injured and in closed-door cultivation, how can I give up this opportunity? Wang Lin's eyes were filled with madness. What he was going to do now was something crazy. The formation suddenly shined and a thunderous rumble echoed. The formation rotated rapidly, forming a vortex. With a thunderous bang, it disappeared from the great Emperor planet, and Wang Lin's figure disappeared without a trace. The old Rosefinch sat by the lake and opened his eyes. He silently looked at where Wang Lin disappeared to. After a long time, he softly said, "First-generation ancestor, you always felt that he wasn't a member of my Rosefinch family. Even though he passed the trial, disciple believes he is. I didn't listen to you and taught him the strongest spell of the Rosefinch family, because this is what he should have obtained after the trial ended. Today, I'm going to explode. It is already the third night. How many more nights is there? Tell me." I touch my conscience. I don't have a single word of script. I will explode, and I spelled it all out on the same day. This month's monthly votes ranking has been difficult, and I've even fallen out of the top 3. My lofty words might seem like a joke to everyone, and there might even be people mocking me, but I'm not afraid, and I'm even more unwilling. I will write until midnight. I will write as much as I can. How many times do you want me to watch? Say it in the name of the 100 Alliance. Thank you, Bao Bao, who loves to eat people, also created an avatar. Azura, who loves to eat candies. Ning_Huang89, happy in the perfect world, brother dance. 5 you kiddin', Panga441, Pangu799, Haha901, Ha902, Haha903, Haha904, Ha905, this old man, Lu Jinbiao, supported by students Juan and I, spared no effort to ascend to the position of Alliance Master and become a third-step cultivator ahead of Wang Lin. The 100 Immortal Renegade Alliance. The 4 moons shone brightly, and the third-step Almighties joined forces to trample the heavens. He was especially grateful to Alliance Master Pangu for having so many clones that Wang Lin was dumbfounded. Chapter 1429. Inside the Fire Sparrow clan's holy land, Lu Jinbiao was entangled by countless branches, and his mournful screams echoed. Su Liguo was scared out of his wits and quickly called out to Wang Lin. The figure inside the 7-colored flame didn't stop Su Liguo's action. Instead, he said 3 words. Interesting. Just as he said those 3 words, a thunderous rumble echoed inside the storm formed by Su Liguo. It was as if a powerful force had come from the void and used Su Liguo's location to find him. Then it tore open the storm by force. As the storm rumbled, it was as if there were 2 invisible hands piercing through the void. As if they were tearing through an iron plate, they mercilessly pulled at the sides. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world, and the storm was split in half in the middle and collapsed. As the sky collapsed, a giant rift appeared in the sky. There was a flash of thunder and monstrous fire coming from the rift. Wang Lin's figure walked out from within. With a head of white hair and a white robe, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with cruelty. The moment he walked out, he looked at the figure sitting inside the 7-colored flame. Sovereign. The 7-colored flame burned fiercely, and the figure inside seemed to open his eyes. His ancient gaze fell on Wang Lin. I remember your name is Wang Lin. A vague voice echoed across the world. I am. Wang Lin no longer hid his identity, and his expression became even more violent. He waved his right hand, and the thunder tattoo and 9-colored flame flew out towards Su Liguo. Su Liguo was pulled back into Wang Lin's storage space. The lightning tattoo rumbled, radiating 9-colored flames as it closed in on Lu Jinbiao. As it spread out, it transformed into a huge hand that flickered with lightning and flames. It grabbed Lu Jinbiao, then yanked him out of the countless tentacles and sent him into his bag of holding. The figure inside the 7-colored flame didn't stop him. Very good. This lord sees the feeling of Qing Lin, Shimizu, and Sima Mo in you. You know this lord is here, but you still dare to come. I presume the old rosefinch gave you the courage. Or perhaps you think I haven't recovered after all these years, so you want to spy on me. Exactly. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes, and his tyrannical gaze became even stronger. He stepped forward and charged at the 7-colored flame. The 9-colored flame in his left eye surged and shot out from his left eye. The 9-colored flame formed a storm that bombarded the 7-colored flame. Lightning flashed in his right eye, and the lightning diagram reappeared. 9-colored accompanying lightning revolved around it, turning into 9 primordial lightning dragons. There's also a crack in the lightning diagram that led to the primordial lightning world. His left hand formed a seal, and he pointed forward. The fragrance of plants filled the air, and countless forests appeared. The ancient wood spirits sat up and let out a roar as they pounced toward the 7-colored flame. There was also a monstrous blood-colored light that whistled through the air as Wang Lin pointed forward. As Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, his cultivation base exploded out, forming a shockwave that closed in. All of this happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. It was unimaginably fast. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin used all of his spells and treasures to attack the 7-colored flame. The figure inside the 7-colored flame laughed, and his laughter was filled with desolation. Your judgment is correct. I am indeed seriously injured, but the heaven-defying bead you gave me hope of recovering. The figure raised his right hand. His right hand couldn't be seen clearly, but one could vaguely see that there was armor on it. Since I started cultivating, too many people have hated me to the bone, but in the end, no one has been able to kill me. Although you are excellent, you are not qualified. I will only use one spell. The figure inside the seven-colored flame raised his right hand and reached toward the sky. The heavens and earth can be seen as a well. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire starry sky trembled. Ripples appeared on the ground, and water vapor filled the air. In the blink of an eye, the starry sky was turned into water by an indescribable force. If one were to look down from above, one could clearly see that the water surface was actually a well. There is everything inside the well. All of your spells, treasures, and even your body exist inside the well. The starry sky that had turned into water calmed down due to the ripples. The moment it calmed down, everything above it was reflected. The surface of the water reflected Wang Lin's firestorm, his eternal thunder diagram, the ancient with spirit, and the dazzling figure in the middle of it all was Wang Lin's body. If an outsider saw this strange scene, they would be shocked. The surface of the water reflected everything except the seven-colored flame. At first glance, it was impossible to tell what was real above the water and what was real below the water. At this moment, Wang Lin's body suddenly stopped in the air. Not only did his body stop, but all of his treasures also stopped, as if their souls had been sucked in by the water. Wang Lin could clearly feel that the figure inside the water was him. This was a very mysterious feeling, but it was extremely real. This body spell is fishing the moon from the well. There was originally no moon in the well. Even if it appeared, it would only reflect the moon in the sky. However, as the figure inside the seven-colored flame spoke, it turned into an earth-shattering spell. Fishing the moon from the well. The moment the words left his mouth, the figure inside the seven-colored flame lowered his right hand and casually scooped at the surface of the water. Ripples appeared on the surface of the water, and the reflection of Wang Lin was scooped up. What he scooped up wasn't water, but a struggling Wang Lin. However, this Wang Lin's eyes were filled with brutality. Wang Lin's expression froze. The old man saw that the moon in the well was very beautiful and wanted to have one. Now I have one. The figure inside the seven-colored flame pulled back its right hand and held the Wang Lin in its palm. He is you. The seven-colored flame suddenly burned and spread in all directions, revealing the blurry figure inside, as well as the clear appearance of the figure. It was a middle-aged man with a pale face but calm eyes. This man was very handsome and had the demeanor of sage. He didn't look at Wang Lin, but calmly looked at Wang Lin in the well. Look, it's actually very easy to kill you. The middle-aged man was wearing a set of gray armor. The appearance of the armor was extremely strange, as if it had grown out of his body and was indistinguishable from his flesh. Fishing the moon from the well was fishing out a soul. It looks like your injuries are really serious, Wang Lin slowly said. The moment he spoke, there was no more brutality in his eyes. Instead, he was calm. The eyes of the middle-aged man who was scooping Wang Lin out of the water lit up. Under the effect of his fishing the moon from the well spell, anyone that was reflected would lose all the power of their body and would never be able to speak. However, Wang Lin's words entered his ears clearly. Just as Wang Lin spoke, he took a step forward and waved his right hand. A piece of rosefinch's feather appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the feather released a shocking flame that covered the sky. At a glance, the sky turned into a sea of fire. Thunderous rumbles echoed like crazy, causing the sea of fire in the sky to burn violently, as if it was angry. The middle-aged man's right hand mercilessly squeezed, and Wang Lin let out a miserable scream. His body collapsed, and he died. Wang Lin's body trembled, and his face turned pale, but he didn't stop at all. He pointed at the sky and shouted according to the chant the first-generation rosefinch had given him. I, the sixth generation rosefinch, use this feather to summon the origin spirit of my rosefinch clan to descend from the ancient realm. The world rumbled. The moment Wang Lin spoke, the middle-aged man suddenly stood up. His eyes lit up and his cold voice echoed. This lord has indeed underestimated you. You actually prepared to this extent before coming here to use a devil soul to replace your original body. Good. Wang Lin didn't say a word. Before coming here, he had fused with Tian Yunzi's soul and began a crazy divination. Just like when he fought Taoist water, he saw a vague sign. This vague sign was a life and death crisis, and this crisis was related to the soul. Wang Lin's life was filled with danger, and he relied on his alertness and caution. Since he dared to scheme against the seriously injured sovereign, he naturally had to be completely prepared. He had even prepared a lot of escape routes. Just in case, he had erased the ancient devil's soul and replaced it with his own, making it his original body's soul. Fishing the moon in the well was extremely tyrannical and powerful. However, it was fishing for the ancient devil's soul and not Wang Lin's soul. Only an ancient god like Wang Lin could replace his original soul with an ancient devil soul. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to do this. Even if their cultivation level was higher than Wang Lin's, they would still collapse under fishing the moon in the well. It would also be detected by others. However, ancient devils and ancient gods came from the same source, so they could be perfectly replaced. In addition, the injuries of the Palm Master hadn't healed yet, so he had underestimated Wang Lin. Otherwise, Wang Lin wouldn't have succeeded. However, even if he failed, Wang Lin had already thought of an escape route. He wouldn't recklessly come here, continue writing the 5th chapter. I don't trade monthly votes for new chapters. I'll trade new chapters for monthly votes. Let's see how many chapters one can write before 12. There are still 3 hours. If I can only write one chapter in these 3 hours, then I don't want a single vote. Risk it all. Chapter 1430. At this moment, he sees the opportunity created by Wang Lin. The moment the 7-color man's spell failed, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to take out the precious sparrow feather that the first rosefinch had given him to kill the traitorous 3rd-generation sparrow feather. The moment Wang Lin summoned the rosefinch's origin spirit, the flames in the sky erupted. The sea of flames rapidly surged, and in the center, above Wang Lin, a giant vortex appeared. The moment this vortex appeared, it was as if it had turned into a black hole, as if it had opened a door to a mysterious world. The moment the black hole appeared, Rosefinch's voice suddenly roared out from within. This Rosefinch's voice was heaven-shaking. The moment it appeared, Wang Lin felt his heart tremble. Rosefinch, who had awakened 4 times, appeared around him, and his eyes were filled with awe. It was as if Wang Lin's life essence, Rosefinch, had an instinctive fear toward this voice. The 7-colored rosefinch behind the middle-aged man let out a roar at the sky. His eyes were also filled with fear, and he didn't dare to fly into the sky. This scene was too sudden, and the middle-aged man's pupil shrank. That old fellow actually sent this thing to you to kill me. As the heaven-shaking rosefinch's voice echoed, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended from the sea of flames in the sky. This pressure caused the temperature to suddenly rise, as if the world had become a world of flames. Under this pressure, a shocking scene that Wang Lin would never forget appeared in the sea of flames in the sky. A huge vermilion bird's beak descended from the vortex with a loud rumble. It was just a beak, but it occupied more than half of the sky. In that instant, the might of the beak increased explosively by several times. Rosefinch's origin spirit. That feather was the 1st-generation rosefinch's treasure, and he only had one. This thing summoned the true rosefinch that existed in the 1st-generation rosefinch's hometown. This wasn't the natal vermilion bird that cultivators of the vermilion bird tribe cultivated. This was a living vermilion bird. The rosefinch's beak descended from the vortex and caused all the flames in the sky to descend. The sea of flames in the sky became convex, and the bottom was the giant rosefinch's beak. As it descended, the flames surged. Its speed was unimaginably fast. As it descended, it mercilessly pecked at the middle-aged man inside the seven-colored flames. During this process, the entire sky turned into the giant head of the rosefinch origin spirit. Rosefinch's expression was shocking, and his eyes were filled with madness and anger. Wang Lin immediately recognized that his expression was extremely similar to that of the first generation's rosefinch. The heavens and earth rumbled unceasingly. The huge vermilion bird's beak that occupied the heavens and earth descended within 100 feet of the seven-colored flame at an extremely fast speed. This scene was comparable to the finger of an ancient god, but its momentum was much more powerful. If one were to compare it, only an adult ancient god with 8 stars or above could resist it. Within the seven-colored flames, the middle-aged man let out a furious roar. With a wave of his hands, the seven-colored flames around his body suddenly soared into the sky. Impressively, it also turned into a vermilion bird that charged straight at the incoming vermilion bird beak. Thunderous booms shook the heavens and the earth. As soon as the seven-colored vermilion bird touched the vermilion bird's beak, it let out a miserable shriek and collapsed with a loud bang. The middle-aged man coughed out a mouthful of blood. His expression was ferocious as his hands formed a seal, and he shouted, "Earth, water, fire, wind." His words echoed in all directions. When the word earth appeared, a boundless land appeared under his feet. When the word water appeared, a monstrous sea appeared on the land. When the word fire appeared, the sea began to burn. The seven-colored flames rushed into the sky, and when the word wind appeared, the wind swept across the flames. 4 elements void. The middle-aged man's expression was ferocious as he pushed his hands forward. The wind roared and charged at the rosefinch's beak. Behind the wind, the raging flames charged at the rosefinch's beak. Behind the flames, the sea surged, and then the land itself pierced through the middle-aged man's body, then shot up into the sky like a stone that could mend the heavens. When Wang Lin saw all of this, his heart trembled. Whether it was the rosefinch's beak or the middle-aged man before him, the power they displayed was not something Taoist water and Master Simo could compare to. This was an extremely powerful cultivation, especially the 4 elements void. If it collided with the rosefinch's beak, the impact would be enough to collapse the entire Fire Sparrow clan's holy land. Even Wang Lin wouldn't be able to survive, unless he could use the same powerful spell to resist and disperse the destructive impact that was about to erupt. Or he could choose to use the backup plan he had prepared to leave the outer realm and return to the inner realm. However, the opportunity before him was the best to seriously injure or kill the sovereign. If he missed it, it would be almost impossible to find another opportunity like this. Wang Lin had lived his entire life in danger, so how could he let go of this opportunity? He was going to destroy the Scatter Thunder clan in the outer realm and then do something heaven-shattering that would shock the entire ancient star system. Kill the sovereign. What a ruthless rosefinch of the first generation. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. The rosefinch of the first generation had lived for far too long and was very cunning. Wang Lin naturally couldn't compare to him. Although Wang Lin had seen through the entire plan, he was still one step behind. The second-generation ancestor suddenly passed down the rosefinch clan's strongest spell to me. He clearly saw through all of this and is helping me. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to raise his hand and quickly form a seal. The first breath. The middle-aged man's wind arrived at the bird's beak, and a thunderous rumble echoed across the world. Wind collapse. The rosefinch's beak trembled, and countless thunderous rumbles came from the flames. A powerful shock wave spread in all directions. Wang Lin directly formed the first set of seals. Before him, the world changed colors, and a giant firebone appeared out of thin air. The second breath. The 7-colored flames surged and collided with the rosefinch's beak once more. The world rumbled, and the rosefinch's beak trembled. The 7 colored flames suddenly collapsed. The second shock wave swept the world. Wang Lin's second set of seals suddenly appeared, and an umbrella appeared on the giant firebone before him. The third and fourth breaths passed in an instant. The sea surged toward the descending rosefinch's beak. The sea turned into endless water vapor that scattered in all directions. The tip of the rosefinch's beak collapsed, and the rosefinch let out a roar as it spat out a mouthful of air from its stomach. This aura rumbled as it headed straight for the final heaven-mending earth. A thunderous rumble that had never been heard before echoed across the Fire Sparrow clan's holy land. It was a sound that could shake the world. The sovereign's roar was accompanied by the rosefinch's beak, and it collapsed. The moment it collapsed, the third shock wave spread out. Countless cracks appeared in the starry sky, and a violent aura filled the starry sky. The Fire Sparrow clan's holy land began to collapse under this shockwave. The aura from the rosefinch's origin spirit landed on the earth, causing countless cracks to appear on the earth. Seeing that the earth was about to disintegrate, the sovereign coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood turned into red mist and pushed the earth toward the sky. The earth was soaked in red mist and stopped disintegrating. It carried an indescribable aura as it mended the heavens. A deafening boom shook the heavens and the earth. The vast land filled with countless cracks flew into the sky and instantly covered the sea of flames in the sky. It also filled up the giant vortex that the vermilion bird origin spirit had created. The star system trembled as the shockwave spread out. Everything disintegrated like crazy. The sovereign coughed out blood, and his face became even more pale. He suddenly turned around and stared at Wang Lin with a ferocious gaze. He then took a step forward. Wang Lin was hit by the shockwave, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, his hands moved even faster as he desperately struggled to form seals. More than 1 million seals had appeared around him. When the sovereign saw this, his expression changed greatly. "Damn it, that old fellow actually taught you this spell." He didn't hesitate to charge at Wang Lin. However, just as he closed in, the ancient wood spirit that Wang Lin had released suddenly appeared before Wang Lin and hugged the sovereign. The sovereign's expression was ferocious as he mercilessly waved his right hand. An endless force appeared and turned into a giant palm print. It was like the sun as it descended on the ancient wood spirit. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the ancient wood spirit trembled. Its body was penetrated by the palm print, and it shot toward Wang Lin. At this moment, the 9th breath arrived, and Wang Lin's right hand formed the last seal. His hand was a bloody mess, and after forming the seal, he couldn't move at all. Nearly 2 million seals appeared around Wang Lin's body. The moment they were completed, they turned into a monstrous firestorm that fused with the umbrella frame to form a giant realm-burning umbrella. Realm-burning umbrella. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. The moment the palm print closed in, he used the strongest spell of the rosefinch family. Although he had only just learned this technique, he was a vermilion bird and had cultivated restrictions, so he was able to cast out seals at an extremely fast speed, which was why he was able to use this technique. However, he hadn't comprehended much, so the power of this spell was a bit weaker. However, even if the power of this spell was weaker, it was still heaven-shaking. After coughing out a mouthful of blood, Wang Lin clearly felt the vitality in his body being absorbed by the ancient umbrella and turned into the power to open the umbrella. Open the umbrella to destroy the world. Wang Lin let out a roar and waved his hand. Excitement is the best medicine, and pressure is the motivation for miracles. In 3 hours, I forced myself to finish writing, and I erupted with all my passion. This is the 5th watch, and today there's still the 6th watch. If I can't finish before 12, no ifs, I will definitely finish. Please give me the monthly ticket. Chapter 1431. The firestorm stopped in the air and fused with the firebone umbrella frame to form an ancient umbrella. when Wang Lin's mouthful of blood landed on it. A powerful surge of vitality rushed in, causing the giant umbrella to rumble. As this rumble echoed, the collapsing Fire Sparrow clan Holy Land was covered in an indescribable heat. Even the palm print paused for a moment when it was hit by this heat wave. The sovereign's expression changed greatly. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's roar echoed across the world. With a bang, the ancient umbrella slowly opened. As it opened, a world-destroying flame suddenly poured out. This flame had no color. In fact, it could no longer be called a flame, but a gust of air, an invisible fire gas. The umbrella gradually opened, and when it was 10% open, the palm print closed in. The fire gas appeared and collided with the palm print. There was a thunderous rumble, and the palm print immediately collapsed. The fire gas didn't stop at all and slowly spread in all directions. Everything it touched was destroyed and turned into nothingness. World destruction. This was the power of a world destruction. The endless shockwaves created by the collision of Rose Finch's origin spirit and the sovereign's spell collided with the sovereign's spell raged. When they collided with the fire gas, the shockwaves collapsed and were burned by the fire gas. World-burning ancient umbrella. The sovereign's face was pale. He was already seriously injured. Today, he had miscalculated fishing the moon in the well and was seriously injured by Rose Finch's origin spirit. After sealing the origin spirit, he had seen Wang Lin use this extremely terrifying world-burning ancient umbrella. At this moment, he was already injured on top of his injuries. His expression was ferocious as his hands formed a seal and placed them on his shoulders. His eyes were filled with madness as he let out a roar and suddenly pulled. Intense pain assaulted him, and he tore off the armor that had fused with his body. With a throw, the armor turned into a ray of gray light and appeared in the world. In an instant, it turned into an incomparably large palm. How could the realm-burning ancient umbrella be opened so easily? The armor the old man got from teacher is an ancient treasure. The umbrella that hasn't been fully opened is enough to resist. Palm, suppressing the universe. The sovereign roared as the giant palm, formed by the armor, smashed toward Wang Lin. Its speed was too fast, and its size almost covered the sky. It was comparable to the vermilion bird's beak. At this moment, as it swept over, it was as if the starry sky was being reversed, and it directly collided with the fiery aura leaking out from the ancient umbrella. Thunderous rumbles suddenly rang out, and the fiery aura was penetrated by the palm. The palm also rapidly dissipated as it charged toward the opening ancient umbrella within the fiery aura and bombarded it. All of this happened in an instant. It was unimaginably fast. As the palm dissipated, it closed in on the umbrella and shrunk by half. With a bang, it landed on the umbrella. Realm-burning ancient umbrella, break for this lord. There was a thunderous bang, and the umbrella trembled. Wang Lin coughed out blood, and the vitality in his body became chaotic. After all, his cultivation level wasn't high enough, so he couldn't display the true power of the umbrella. Being able to open it 20% to cause the sovereign's palm to dissipate was already his limit. After coughing out blood, Wang Lin was knocked back. Without any vitality, the umbrella slowly dissipated. It didn't dissipate because of the palm. However, just as it was about to completely dissipate, Wang Lin retreated with a ferocious expression. His eyes were filled with madness, and he roared, "Explode!" The ancient umbrella that was about to dissipate suddenly trembled. The moment Wang Lin spoke, it exploded and a destructive force spread out. The entire Fire Sparrow clan's holy land completely collapsed. The gray palm formed by the armor that was chasing Wang Lin was immediately hit and collapsed. Outside the gate of the Fire Sparrow clan's holy land, the Fire Sparrow ancestor, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a look of surprise. He turned around to look at the blurry gate, but just as he turned around, the gate suddenly collapsed and countless fragments shot toward the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor. This happened too suddenly, so the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor didn't notice it at all. The fragments landed on him, and he coughed out blood. He quickly retreated, and his eyes were filled with shock, terror, and disbelief. Wang Lin's figure flashed out from the collapsed door, and he quickly retreated. Behind him, the collapse of the Holy Land became even more intense, and endless destructive force rushed out from the entrance. The sovereign's roar came from inside. His figure flashed, and he chased after Wang Lin. Although he was seriously injured, he could still chase after Wang Lin with his cultivation. As he charged out, the sovereign raised his right hand and mercilessly slammed down. Another giant palm print caught up to Wang Lin and was about to destroy him. At the moment of crisis, Wang Lin retreated with a pale face and blood flowed out. His hands formed a seal, and the wind and rain world appeared around him. The moment it appeared, it collided with the palm print. With a bang, the wind and rain world collapsed. Wang Lin coughed out blood, and there was a flash of white light around his body. After leaving the gate of the Holy Land and exiting the core of the planet, endless light gathered around Wang Lin to form a giant shadow. Tao Master Blue Dream's spell, Light and Shadow Shield. The moment the light and shadow shield appeared, the palm print landed on it. The light and shadow shield flickered violently and refracted like crazy, but in the end, it only lasted for a moment before collapsing. Countless light and shadow fragments scattered. Wang Lin's face was extremely pale, and he coughed out blood once more. Seeing the palm print about to land on his body, Wang Lin let out a roar, and his ancient god stars appeared. The Emperor Furnace flew out from his first star. The Emperor Furnace appeared around Wang Lin to form a shield and collided with the incoming palm print. There was a thunderous rumble, and Wang Lin was forced back. There were many wounds on his body, and he was covered in blood. The Emperor Furnace didn't collapse under the impact of the palm print, but it was unable to take shape and was forced into the spot between Wang Lin's eyebrows. This lord wants to see how you will resist and escape. The sovereign chased with killing intent in his eyes. The palm print was less than 7 feet from Wang Lin, and the pressure it gave off caused Wang Lin to tremble violently. His origin soul felt like it was going to be forced out of his body. At the most critical moment, Wang Lin raised his right hand and placed it before him. An ancient god aura came from his right arm and turned into an arm guard. An ancient god treasure refined from the bones of an ancient god. The moment the ancient god arm guard appeared, the palm print landed on it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Wang Lin coughed out 7 mouthfuls of blood in a row. The cultivation planet couldn't withstand the repeated impacts and directly collapsed. The entire cultivation planet was torn apart. Large amounts of cracks appeared on the surface like a ball of water being shattered. The planet suddenly disintegrated. Wang Lin's body was thrown back and collided with the collapsed planet's core. He penetrated through the collapsed planet and appeared in the ancient star system. His body retreated like crazy. His body was about to collapse, and his origin soul was weakened. Fortunately, his body was that of an ancient god, or else just the impact would have killed him. Although this was the case, he had blocked the sovereign's attack. Still not dead, the sovereign chased after Wang Lin and stepped into space. He raised his right hand and pushed forward once more. A palm print flew out at an even faster speed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious as he raised his left hand and pressed down on the arm guard. He shouted, 8-star ancient god, life-saving spell, ancient protection. The ancient god power inside Wang Lin's body rushed toward the arm guard at an extremely fast speed. As he spoke, countless distortions appeared in space, and a powerful ancient god aura suddenly appeared. From afar, an ancient god the size of a cultivation planet appeared before Wang Lin. This ancient god was illusory and gave off an ancient aura. There were many scars on its body. It was obvious it had been through hundreds of battles. His back was facing the sovereign and the palm print. His arms wrapped around Wang Lin like he was protecting a child. He used his body to protect Wang Lin. Bursts of warmth came from his body that made Wang Lin feel like he was in the arms of his parents. Even if the world collapsed, his parents would protect him. The moment the ancient god appeared, the sovereign's palm print arrived and landed on the ancient god's back. Thunderous rumbles echoed like crazy. The ancient god didn't move at all, and the palm print collapsed inside him. It was as if this attack was like a fly to the ancient god. This sudden scene caused even the sovereign's eyes to narrow. He was about to use a spell, but just at this moment, the ancient god moved. The blessing of the ancient was a life-saving spell for a young ancient god, and it wasn't just for defense. The moment the sovereign's pupils shrank, the giant ancient god suddenly turned around. His right hand formed a fist, and the moment he turned around, he threw a punch at the sovereign. Between his eyebrows, 8 rotating stars could be clearly seen. There was a thunderous bang. The sovereign didn't even have a chance to dodge. The ancient god's punch was like a meteor that landed on the sovereign's body. The sovereign's face turned deathly pale, and he coughed out blood. He was seriously injured, and his body was knocked back. He let out a miserable groan. This punch caused all of the injuries he had been suffering under the vermilion bird's beak and the realm-burning umbrella to be suppressed for tens of thousands of years. Now he could no longer suppress them, and they exploded out. After this punch, the ancient god's figure dissipated and turned back into the arm guard. It disappeared into Wang Lin's right arm. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He should have escaped without hesitation, but he waved his right hand. There was a flash of bloodlight, and the blood sword flew out toward the retreating sovereign. The sovereign took out some unknown treasure and blocked the blood sword. The blood sword was knocked back, and Wang Lin let out a sigh. His injuries were too serious, and he was only relying on one breath. If his breath scattered, he would immediately fall. At this moment, he grabbed the blood sword without hesitation and quickly escaped. However, just as Wang Lin was about to use spatial bending to escape, the sovereign's weak voice echoed across the stars. When this voice landed in Wang Lin's ears, it caused his body to tremble, and he suddenly stopped. Wang Lin, you are bold, careful, vicious, decisive, and extremely cunning. Are you willing to become the old man's warrior? As long as you agree, I can resurrect your wife. Not awakening her soul, but a true resurrection. Wang Lin's mind buzzed, and he felt like he had been struck by lightning. His eyes were filled with madness as he stared at the middle-aged man holding his chest. If one day I was Sima Mo and his sister was Wana, how would I choose? Perhaps there will be a day. On this day, it was the 6th watch. I did it. I want a monthly votes. The sword has been unsheathed, and I won't accept them until there is blood on it. Chapter 1432. I'm definitely not lying to you. I've heard of your name 1,200 years ago, and I also know that you've cultivated your entire life for the sake of bringing your wife back to life. The sovereign's voice was weak as it slowly floated across the stars. However, when Wang Lin heard it, each word was like a hammer. However, this hammer-like rumble turned into a giant wave that raged in Wang Lin's mind. This caused all of the sovereign's words to become vague. Only the last 4 words were like thunder that tore through his body and rushed into his soul. Resurrect my wife. The old man also knows that in order to resurrect your wife, you begged many cultivators, but in the end, no one was able to do it. You must not believe the old man's words. You must think that the old man is seriously injured. So how could he have the ability to do this? This matter is indeed extremely difficult. Even if the old man wasn't seriously injured, he wouldn't have been able to resurrect your wife. However, the old man's teacher is someone who is as famous as the ancient celestial sovereign. Even in the ancient star system, he is famous. The old man went to beg teacher to find a spirit realm, kill tens of trillions of people, take their souls, and turn them into a longevity seal. Not only can your wife be resurrected, but your only son can be resurrected as well. Wang Lin was startled and his mind rumbled. He couldn't speak for a long time. His injuries were already very serious, and he had been relying on his last breath. Now that his last breath was gone, his body trembled and he coughed out blood. As long as you agree to become one of the old man's warriors, the old man can help you do anything. The sovereign's voice was still weak, but it contained a magical power that surrounded Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with struggle. This kind of struggle was something he had never experienced before. Whether it was Tao Master Blue Dream's proposal or to the words of the first rosefinch, none of them could compare to this. He wasn't like the sovereign, who directly struck the weakest spot in Wang Lin's heart. When it landed in his Tao heart, it was akin to fishing the moon from the well and scooping out Wang Lin's beautiful soul. In order to revive Li Muan, Wang Lin would do anything, risking everything. When there was no hope, he yearned for hope. Now that there was hope, even if it was only a sliver, it weighed down on Wang Lin's body like a mountain. His expression was one of intense struggle. Once you become the old man's warrior, you will surpass Master Simo, surpass Shimizu, and Xinglin. You will be the most powerful warrior with the most potential. If you agree, the old man will give you the Taoist name Lin Shangzi. Didn't you spend your entire life to revive your wife and child? The old man's teacher can do it. If you don't believe me, I can have teacher revive your wife first. After you and your wife are reunited, it won't be too late to agree. Wang Lin's face was ashen, and he was struggling to the extreme. There was a voice in his mind that was roaring like crazy and shaking his entire body. Agree to him and become the sovereign's warrior. Then Wan Heir can be revived. Wang Lin, didn't you cultivate your entire life only for her? Promise him that after 1,500 years of separation, you will be reunited. Wang Ping will also be resurrected. When the time comes, you and your family will be reunited. Isn't that the greatest dream of your life? Agree to him and become the sovereign's slave. Don't you have to listen to all the sovereign's orders? Your personal freedom or Wan Heir's life, which is more important? Agree to him and become the second Master Simo. Become the sovereign's slave and betray the inner realm. Sever all ties with Situ Nan, Shimizu, and all your fellow cultivators in the inner realm. From now on, we will be enemies. This voice became louder and louder until it turned into an earth-shattering roar that went crazy in Wang Lin's mind. His face turned pale, and he subconsciously retreated a few steps. His eyes were bloodshot and his body trembled. His mind was about to collapse. The struggle and choice turned into a flood that was going to drown him. If one day the sovereign wants me to kill Situ Nan, what should I do? If one day the sovereign wants me to burn Shimizu, what should I do? If one day the sovereign wants me to slaughter my way back to the inner realm, how can I face those familiar faces? Zhou Yi, Zhou Ru, big head, everything. If one day the sovereign wants me to harm the second-generation rosefinch, can I do it? Wang Lin revealed a miserable smile, and shocking blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was as if his heart had been split in half and was being torn apart by force. This kind of pain could not be described with words. Wan Heir was his everything, his reverse scale. He wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her. For Wan Heir, Wang Lin could give up a lot. In order to resurrect Wan Heir, he could give up his life, and now he could even give up his life. However, some things were more important than his life. However, in a person's life, aside from love, there were also things he couldn't give up. From now on, the soul refining sect will be handed over to you. On the Suzuku, the dead ancestor of the soul refining sect, Heaven Dun, had a kind smile as he placed the soul refining sect's treasure in Wang Lin's hand. He placed the soul refining sect's inheritance on Wang Lin's shoulder and closed his eyes with a smile. Situ Nan had given up the possibility of taking the heaven-defying bead and accompanied Wang Lin for hundreds of years. He had taught Wang Lin cultivation since he was a child. He was a teacher, a father, a brother, and a friend. If it wasn't for Situ, there would be no Wang Lin. Wang Lin had once said one thing to Situ. This was all the gratitude he had for Situ. I, Wang Lin, will never kneel to the heavens and earth. I will only respect Situ. Zhou, he had been infatuated with love his entire life. His celestial intent couldn't cover up his infatuation for thousands of years. He even gave Wang Lin the opportunity to live and die in the morning, saving Wang Lin from a great calamity in his life. Zhou Yi was infatuated with Qing Shuang. If Wang Lin chose her, there would be a tragic battle in the future. Zhou Yi only want to do one thing in my life. I want to accompany Qing Shuang for the rest of my life. Senior Marshal brother Shimizu had a cold face but a warm heart. Once he decided that Wang Lin was the successor of his master, Bai Fan, he would do everything he could to prevent anyone from hurting Wang Lin. Since he is my junior marshal brother, I will not allow anyone to hurt him. If you hurt a finger of his, I will take your life. Shimizu's madness and the grief and anger he felt when he killed his wife were all part of the outer world scheme. Once he knew that the junior marshal brother he wanted to protect had become the slave and lackey that caused him to go crazy, how much pain would he feel? And there was also the fifth-generation Rosefinch. He was clearly a lamp that had run out of oil, but he still healed Wang Lin and even handed over the Rosefinch holy sect to him. That kind gaze was like an eternal imprint in Wang Lin's heart. Old man Lu Yun gave his entire life to the Rosefinch holy sect. Even if I die now, I can leave with a smile. You are very good, very outstanding. Help me. Take care of the Rosefinch holy sect. The strength of character of the fifth-generation Sage Emperor was something that Wang Lin deeply respected. In his gratitude and respect, he couldn't face the anger and disappointment of that kind old man who had died. The second-generation Rosefinch had only known Wang Lin for a few days. His hearty laughter, his gratified expression, his appreciative gaze, and his undisguised love for Wang Lin had shown him. He had fished for a dragon's blood, saved Wang Lin many times in the trial by fire, and even questioned the first generation in the heaven incense stick. He had given him the flame dragon control technique and the ancient soul forbidden tortoise shell. Before he left, he had clearly gone against the will of the first-generation Rosefinch. It was unknown what price he had to pay, but he had taught Wang Lin the strongest technique of the Rosefinch family, the realm-burning ancient umbrella. Little fellow, don't forget that the next time we meet, you have to choose the seventh-generation Rosefinch of the old man. You have to choose a child with enough strength. Child, you look cold, but I didn't expect you to be naughty in the past. Unfortunately, what is so good about dual cultivation? The old man really can't understand. There are also many people. How could Wang Lin give up on all of this with just one choice? Master Simo's memories filled Wang Lin's mind. When he saw Master Simo's life, it was as if he saw his own memories. The current Master Simo was the future Wang Lin. For his sister's rebirth, Master Simo had given up the heaven-breaking sect, the inner realm, all his senior brothers and junior brothers, and even his own soul. He had become the sovereign's slave, a dog, and had to fight for the sovereign. If the sovereign pointed at him, even his teacher would shed tears and raise the butcher's knife. If he hadn't seen Master Simo's memories, perhaps Wang Lin's choice would have been even more difficult. If he hadn't experienced Tao Master Blue Dream's proposal and the first-generation Rosefinch's words, perhaps Wang Lin still wouldn't have been able to make the biggest choice in his life. It was a painful path, but one that had to be resolute. After seeing Master Simo's memories, Wang Lin asked himself what he would choose if he had this day. However, he didn't expect this day to come so soon. This day was like a calamity. Fortunately, Master Simo's memories gave Wang Lin a path. I don't want to become Master Simo, Wang Lin muttered. The struggle in his eyes was gradually replaced by pain, but this pain revealed his determination. I don't want to become your slave. I don't want to betray their kindness because of my choice. Love is a pain I can't give up. It is everything I've cultivated for. However, my life is not just about love. Just like Master Simo, to give up everything for his family, to suffer the condemnation of 1,000 people for one person. I, Wang Lin, admire him. However, I'm afraid to choose, afraid to face all the people that have helped me. Even if my wife and child awaken, we will only be puppets. I won't choose. Perhaps your teacher can really awaken my wife and child, but if he can do it, I, Wang Lin, can too. I, Wang Lin, want to resurrect my wife and child myself. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the sovereign in the distance. He turned into a ray of light and flew off into the distance with a sad aura. No one saw two lines of crystal tears fall from the corners of Wang Lin's eyes. They fell into the vast sea of stars and disappeared without a trace. Wan Air, Ping Air, will you blame me? Yesterday, I said that when the sword is unsheathed, it won't be stained with blood, and it won't be sheathed for several days. The sword is bright, but the blood isn't hot enough. I beg for monthly votes. Chapter 1433. There seemed to be an indescribable force that caused Wang Lin, after an indescribable struggle, to choose or not to choose, to turn into a ray of light and leave. If Tao Master Blue Dream hadn't made Wang Lin go through the first choice, if the first Rosefinch hadn't made Wang Lin endure the second test, then his Tao heart and belief would have slowly reached the level of a Grandmaster. More importantly, if he hadn't entered Master Simo's memories and seen the scenes that were very similar to his, but had chosen a completely different path, perhaps Wang Lin really would have chosen to stay, to become the sovereign's slave. The sovereign's words had hit Wang Lin's weak spot. Even after leaving the Fire Sparrow clan's territory, even after the Fire Sparrow clan was affected by the collapse of the Holy Land, a wave of fire spread out in all directions and destroyed nearly half of the Fire Sparrow clan. The fire behind Wang Lin was monstrous. A muffled rumble echoed and shook the stars, but Wang Lin's confusion wasn't awakened at all. His heart felt like it was being torn apart, and pain filled his body. After an unknown amount of time, the confusion in Wang Lin's eyes gradually dissipated and was replaced with bleakness. The injuries in his body had reached a point where he had to heal them. Otherwise, his cultivation level would irreversibly regress. At his cultivation level, ordinary injuries weren't a problem, but once he was seriously injured, the severity of his injuries would be shocking. If he was a bit careless, his cultivation level would drop. Fortunately, as an ancient god, his body's recovery ability was extremely powerful. This was the most obvious difference between Wang Lin and other cultivators. Others might need 100 years to recover from the same injury, but for him, the time would be greatly reduced. Wan Air, trust me, I'll personally awaken you. Then we'll live together in a mountain village where no one knows us and spend our lives in silence. I'll also teach Ping Air wood carving and pass down my father's craft. Wang Lin muttered. He suddenly missed home. He missed the inner realm. Although the ancient star system was large, it didn't give him a sense of belonging. Here, in the vast sea of stars, there was no end. The stars shine brightly, but there was no warmth, only coldness. There was only a strong sense of loneliness in Wang Lin's heart. Wang Lin had lived his life in solitude for 2,000 years. He was used to being alone. The indifference on his face wasn't something he deliberately pretended, but after thousands of years of loneliness, he didn't know any other expression. The only thing he knew was coldness. He rarely even smiled. The only thing that never changed in his eyes was the unerasable sorrow hidden deep beneath that coldness. That sorrow had accompanied him for the rest of his life, and he had never been happy. While feeling bitter, Wang Lin's injuries became even more serious. He staggered forward and used spatial bending to travel an endless distance. In a part of the ancient star system, Wang Lin's figure appeared on an abandoned cultivation planet. This cultivation planet might have once had its glory, or it might have had powerful cultivators. However, at this moment, all of that glory was gone with the wind. It had turned into sand and stones in a city without spiritual energy. It was like an old man at the end of his road, struggling and unwilling to give up his last breath. Right now, the eastern part of the cultivation planet was in the cold autumn. The autumn wind blew by, causing the fallen leaves to move. The yellow leaves looked like the brown spots on an old man's face, giving off a sense of desolation. As the autumn leaves danced in the wind, through the withered yellow leaves, one could see a river in the distance. The river flowed and meandered north. Beside the river, there was a white-clothed figure quietly sitting there, allowing the withered autumn leaves to blow past him. Wang Lin looked at the surface of the water. There were some autumn leaves that seemed to be tired of the wind and scattered here. The autumn leaves floated on the surface of the river, and after they were mostly wet, they floated into the distance. The fallen leaves returned to their roots, but they were brought here by the wind. They would never be able to return to their hometown, and it was unknown where they would be sent. Perhaps after a few seasons, they would become part of the mud at the bottom of the river. If they had a soul, that soul would float out of the river with longing and return to the hometown where they were born. The river reflected Wang Lin's figure and clearly reflected his face. His pale face, indifferent expression, and sadness seemed to fuse with the river and flow far away. Wang Lin softly muttered, "It's time to go home." Aside from the realm-sealing formation, there was another way home. It was the jade given to him by the mysterious woman in the spatial crack in the Rank 9 region of the Cloud Sea. Back then, the woman said that she needed Wang Lin's help in exploring a place. She gave Wang Lin this jade and told him that if he opened the jade in the outer realm, he could avoid the realm-sealing formation and return to the spatial crack. Wang Lin had studied this jade many times. There were many restrictions inside, and some of them not even he could see through. It seemed that many of the restrictions inside were not something a cultivator of this world could control and came from another world. However, Wang Lin was an expert in forbidding spells after all. Even though he couldn't see through it, he could tell that there was a 70% chance that the scroll would be able to teleport him back to the rift. Wang Lin didn't open the jade slip, but rather put it away in his bag of holding. The restrictive spells in the jade slip required a certain level of cultivation base to be opened. That was secondary. Most importantly, considering Wang Lin's current state, he wouldn't allow himself to appear in front of this mysterious woman, who he didn't know was friend or foe. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin looked up at the blue sky and muttered to himself, Is he really the sovereign? After seriously injuring the middle-aged man inside the seven-colored flame, the middle-aged man admitted his identity as the sovereign. However, after calming down, Wang Lin couldn't help but feel doubt. This person's cultivation level fluctuated between high and low. He could fight against the Rosefinch origin spirit, use Fishing the Moon in the Well, use the Four Great Void spell, know about Master Simo, and even know Wang Lin's name. According to his analysis, he was without a doubt the sovereign who had endless schemes. He cultivates fire and has the seven-colored rosefinch, so he should be the traitorous third-generation Sparrow Lord. However, is he really the sovereign? The reason Wang Lin had determined the traitorous third-generation Sparrow Lord was because he had analyzed the sovereign's background. In the ancient star system, the sovereign's origin was the most mysterious, and no one knew which clan he belonged to. In addition, there was another point. Back in the demon spirit land, Wang Lin had met someone. He later learned that this person was the sovereign's disciple. The technique that the man was using was none other than the art of fire. That fire spell was not something an ordinary cultivator could cultivate to that degree. It was clearly at the point where he was about to grasp the origin. All of this made a bold guess appear in Wang Lin's heart. Combined with some clues, Wang Lin determined that the traitorous third-generation Sparrow Lord was the sovereign. It was because of this that the Sovereign Council knew the truth about the fallen land and didn't dare to act rashly. However, after personally seeing the sovereign, Wang Lin became suspicious. Qing Lin once said that the essence the sovereign cultivates is the power of origin. However, from beginning to end, this person didn't use any spells related to the power of origin. Most importantly, the sovereign is cultivated for tens of thousands of years and is extremely cunning. He has schemed against the inner realm many times, but the middle-aged man that admits to being the sovereign doesn't give off the feeling of an ambitious person, and he doesn't feel extremely powerful. Wang Lin frowned, but after pondering for a while, he still didn't have an answer. He let out a sigh and no longer thought about it. He took out the few remaining pills he had and swallowed them all. Then he sat there and closed his eyes to cultivate. The autumn wind blew by, and Wang Lin's figure became blurry. He seemed to have merged with the surrounding river and autumn leaves. Even if a cultivator came, they wouldn't notice a person sitting by the river. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days went by. During these 3 days, the injuries to Wang Lin's origin soul didn't improve, but the injuries to his body had mostly healed. Ignoring his spells, just the power he could display as a 6-star ancient god was equal to 50% of his full power. Wang Lin knew that time was of the essence. He had seriously injured the person suspected to be the sovereign, which would set off a huge commotion in the ancient star system. In particular, he had the ancient bounty order and had left the Fallen Land, so there would definitely be people chasing after him. As for the Fallen Land, it was likely that someone had placed a seal on it when he left. If he rushed back now, he wouldn't be able to enter the Fallen Land and would just be walking into a trap. That was why he had to hurry up and recover his cultivation as fast as possible. However, on this day, while Wang Lin was cultivating, he suddenly opened his eyes and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He felt an inexplicable sense of fear in his heart. This was a feeling he had when he reached a certain level of cultivation. This was a warning that came from the unseen world. Something is wrong. Wang Lin stood up and looked around. His expression became even more gloomy. The surroundings had become completely silent, and even the autumn wind had disappeared. Right now, it was night, and the moon hung in the sky. When the moonlight fell on the ground, Wang Lin could clearly see the ripples on the river. The ripples spread out as if the river was trembling. The autumn leaves that had unknowingly fallen on the river also formed a circle and slowly rotated. Without hesitation, Wang Lin stepped forward. The world distorted and ripples echoed. Wang Lin's body should have dissipated with this step, but just as he was about to merge with the world, the sky trembled and a giant rift appeared. A powerful pressure descended on this abandoned planet. A giant hand reached out from the rift toward Wang Lin, who was about to merge with the world. He had killed less than 500 people and drank less than 5 pounds of blood. Was he willing to point his sword at the heavens? He wanted monthly votes. Continue to explode. Chapter 1434. The giant rift that suddenly appeared in the sky gave off a heaven-shaking rumble. This sound wasn't like a roar, but a wolf's howl. It was extremely gloomy, and it unexpectedly forced Wang Lin's body out of the rift. All of this happened in a flash. The moment Wang Lin's body was forced out of the rift, the giant palm reached toward him. It was as if everything had been calculated perfectly. From finding Wang Lin and predicting that Wang Lin would choose to use spatial bending to escape, this unknown spell or treasure had created this howl to stop Wang Lin from escaping. In the blink of an eye, his arm came crashing down. The aura coming from the arm contained the power of Joss flames. The person that wanted to kill Wang Lin wasn't a second-step cultivator, but a third-step cultivator. To be more accurate, he had just entered the third step. He was at the early stage of Nirvana Void. Like Master Simo and Taoist water, the aura was filled with a tyrannical aura, and it shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to turn around. He waved his right hand, and a nail appeared in his hand. This nail was black, and the moment it appeared, it gave off a gloomy aura. When the moonlight shined on it, the nail seemed to let out a mournful howl. This nail was the poison that Great Desolation had given Wang Lin to give face to Old Rose Finch. Wang Lin waved his right hand without hesitation. The nail howled and shot toward the incoming palm. All of this happened in an instant. It was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, the nail created a black wind and collided with the palm. With a loud bang, the nail actually pierced through the palm and collapsed. At the instant it collapsed, an intense pain that was as deep as ink spread through the entire palm and went straight to his arm. The autumn wind blew by, and the arm trembled before disappearing into black ash. The strength of this nail was beyond Wang Lin's expectations. However, although the palm had dissipated, the violent aura still landed on Wang Lin, causing him to cough out blood. He waved his right hand, and the ancient leaf shot toward the rift in the sky like a meteor. Seal. The ancient leaf grew in the wind and suddenly became bigger. 10 zhang, 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang. In an instant, it sealed the crack, sealing it up. A roar came from the rift, and Wang Lin stepped forward. He merged with the world and disappeared as he used spatial bending. 3 breaths after he left, the ancient breath leaves sealing the rift in the sky, turned into specks of light, and disappeared without a trace. In the ancient star system, Wang Lin stepped out. His expression was gloomy as his right hand formed a seal, and he said, "Fallen leaf, return to root." A speck of light appeared before him and turned into an ancient leaf. He held it in his hand. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and he quickly flew forward. He used spatial bending once more and disappeared without a trace. With my current state, I can't return to the rift in the cloud sea. The Sovereign Council's hunt will begin once more. Forget it. My life has been filled with danger. I want to see how many powerful cultivators this ancient killing order can lure out. While I'm being hunted, I'll use the devouring spell to recover my cultivation. Wang Lin sneered. After the ancient leaf dissipated, a figure walked out from the rift in the sky. This person was a burly man 30 feet tall. His upper body was naked, and his eyes revealed a ruthless gaze. There was a mark between his eyebrows, and this mark was a terrifying green wolf head. One of the Sovereign Council's 4 great ancient star system clans, the Heavenly Wolf Clan. He wasn't alone, and there was a young woman sitting on his shoulder. The young woman wore red clothes and had an extremely charming appearance. Her pretty face was like a peach, and her appearance was enchanting. Every single move she made was capable of drawing the attention of others. There was also a mark between her eyebrows. This mark was a strange rune. If Wang Lin saw it, he would immediately recognize it as the mark of the extremely mysterious Sealing Extermination Clan. Back in the 7-colored realm, Wang Lin had encountered an old man from the Sealing Extermination Clan that brought him a very dangerous life and death calamity. In particular, that Dao spell was still fresh in Wang Lin's memory. This girl's cultivation hadn't reached the 3rd step. She was only at the 3rd heaven's blight. She held a compass in her hand and fiddled with it a few times. She raised her head and smiled. East, 197,845 kilometers. However, your right arm was poisoned and your combat power dropped by 30%. If I hadn't helped you, it would have been difficult to force the poison out. The burly man let out a cold snort and stepped forward. The world trembled and the abandoned planet collapsed. In the blink of an eye, the planet was torn apart. The cultivation planet collapsed with a rumble as the burly man took a step forward. At the same time, a powerful impact spread out, but before it could spread out, the burly man waved his left hand and gathered it in his hand. It turned into an illusory ball of light that flashed rapidly, and he threw it at the stars before him. The sphere of light landed in the void, causing a loud rumbling sound, causing the void to twist and tear, forming a flickering black hole. The burly man took a step forward, directly stepping into the black hole. Wang Lin was moving through the ancient star system using spatial bending. The moment he appeared, he raised his right hand and threw the ancient leaf behind him without hesitation. At that moment, a black hole suddenly appeared in the space behind him, and the bulky man from the Heavenly Wolf tribe appeared. However, the moment the black hole vortex appeared, the ancient leaf suddenly landed on it. Seal! Wang Lin's cold words echoed, but his eyes lit up an undetectable amount. He vaguely saw the woman on the burly man's shoulder and the mark between her eyebrows that shocked him. Without batting an eyelid, Wang Lin took a step forward and disappeared. Roars came from the black hole like crazy and thunderous rumbles echoed, but the ancient leaf didn't move at all. A moment later, not far from the ancient leaf, space distorted and another black hole appeared. The burly man from the Heavenly Wolf clan walked out with a gloomy expression and looked at the ancient leaf. The moment his gaze swept by, the leaf turned into specks of light and dissipated. Damn it! What kind of treasure is that? Master Simo fought with this person, but why didn't he say anything? And that Grandmaster Yin Luo immediately went into closed-door cultivation after returning. Don't underestimate this person. If he wasn't seriously injured, it would not have been easy for you to capture him. The girl smiled and looked down at the compass in her hand. Northwest, 378,496 kilometers. The burly man coldly looked at the girl on his shoulder. Although he was at the third step, he didn't want to offend this girl too much. She was the maid of Dao Master Miao Yin, one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system. She had suddenly come to help him capture and kill him. The burly man wasn't in a rush to chase after Wang Lin and slowly said, "Your master should have gone to the ancient star system tomb. Why did you suddenly come looking for me? Tell me first." It's not certain if it is the ancient star system tomb. However, according to some ancient records, I'm somewhat certain. Forget master. Most of the third step cultivators in the ancient star system have gone there. Let's not talk about this. That person is already millions of kilometers away. If you don't chase after him, he will be far away. The girl smiled and became even more charming. The burly man didn't speak and coldly stared at the girl. All right. Just say it. After we capture that person, you have to let me take something from him. If you agree, the Dao Sovereign will bestow you with a 6th grade Dao spirit as thanks. The young girl blinked her eyes and laughed softly. The burly man silently pondered for a moment. He didn't speak and took a step forward. Northwest, 2,798,461 kilometers. Is a branch tribe of your Heavenly Wolf clan. The burly man let out a cold snort as he stepped forward. The void before him was torn open and he disappeared. Wang Lin walked out from the distortion in the ancient star system. Before him were 6 planets arranged in a circle, and there was a formation around them. It was obvious this was a tribe of the ancient star system. At a glance, there was a ferocious wolf head on the formation around the 6 planets. It was as if it was telling all the cultivators passing by which tribe this place belonged to. Wolf? Wang Lin remembered the wolf howl that came from the rift in the abandoned planet. With a snort, Wang Lin charged toward the 6 planets. As he moved forward, he coughed out blood mist. More and more blood mist surrounded his body. It was as if his body was about to dissipate. His origins, soul, and everything else had turned into this blood mist that could devour the world. This blood mist spread out hundreds of thousands of feet in the blink of an eye and expanded like crazy toward the Heavenly Wolf clan's branch tribe. The formation flashed violently, but it couldn't stop the blood mist at all. The blood mist that Wang Lin had turned charged into one of the planets. Waves of shrill cries resounded in the sky, and rumbling sounds spread out in a frenzy. But in just a moment, all the sounds stopped abruptly, and it became deathly silent. All of the cultivators above a certain level of cultivation were swept up by the mist and turned into a pool of blood, completely devoured. The red fog surged and spread toward the remaining cultivation planets. The miserable screams originally couldn't spread out, but with so many of them mixed together, the screams suddenly spread out. These 6 planets were newly established branches of the Heavenly Wolf clan. There were no mortals on them, only members of the clan. At this moment, the red mist swept by, and more than half of them had died. A black hole appeared, and the burly man from the Heavenly Wolf clan walked out. The moment he walked out, the miserable screams entered his ears. His body trembled, and monstrous killing intent appeared in his eyes. With a roar, the burly man charged forward like crazy. Popping sounds echoed as if space itself was collapsing with each step he took. Behind him, a huge, illusory green wolf appeared ferociously. Today is the 3rd night watch. Although it's only been a few hours, I'm very satisfied. If the 3rd night watch isn't enough for everyone to vote, then I'll write the 4th night watch. If the fourth night watch isn't enough and I can't finish writing today, then I'll explode tomorrow. I'll use several consecutive days of exploding just to get a monthly vote. Thank you to Milu's classmate Harano for supporting the renegade immortal celestial sect. You have been one step ahead of Wang Lin and have become a third-step cultivator. Thank you to Fning's Piao Hong for cheering us on the day the Alliance gathered. I hope everything goes well. Chapter 1435. The Azure Wolf was 30,000 zhang long. Even though it was very small compared to the starry sky, seeing it at such a close distance was enough to shake the hearts of all those who saw it. Monstrous, red fog appeared on the last planet of the Heavenly Wolf Clan's branch. As the red fog rapidly condensed, Wang Lin's figure appeared. His eyes lit up red, and his origin soul's injuries recovered slightly. He looked over with an indifferent gaze, but his hand didn't stop at all. As he retreated, his hand slammed down on the 6 planets before him. With this slap, the restriction Wang Lin had left on the 6 planets erupted. One of the planets trembled violently and collapsed. The power of the collapse shocked the stars. This wasn't an abandoned planet, but a planet filled with spiritual energy that the Heavenly Wolf Clan had obtained with great difficulty. The power of its collapse was not something an abandoned planet could compare to. What collapsed wasn't just the mountain range, but the dense spiritual energy. The thunderous rumbles were heaven-shaking, and the planet was torn apart. Large amounts of rubble were pushed back, forming a storm. Wang Lin had grasped the timing of the planet's explosion very well. He had already calculated that the other party would catch up at any moment. So he had left this trap while he was devouring the planet to recover. Almost at the same time the burly man from the Heavenly Wolf Clan closed in, the planet collapsed. If it was just one planet, it wouldn't show Wang Lin's decisiveness and killing intent. The moment the first planet exploded, the remaining 5 planets rumbled at the same time. The huge impact was mixed with countless shattered stones. As they continued to crumble, they turned into a force that shot into the sky and spread in all directions. From afar, it looked like space itself was collapsing, like the end of the world. The storm formed by the collapse of the 6 planets was like a giant mouth that devoured the burly man. In the blink of an eye, he was completely devoured by the storm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Violent rumbles echoed like crazy, but just at this moment, a heaven-shaking wolf howl echoed. The green wolf charged out from the storm, formed by the collapse of the 6 planets. Although its size hadn't changed, a majority of its body had become illusory, and even its expression had dimmed a lot. At this moment, it let out an angry roar and charged at Wang Lin. It was like a wolf devouring the moon, opening its mouth to devour Wang Lin. Seeing that the wolf was about to devour Wang Lin sneered as he retreated. He waved his right hand, and a tortoise shell appeared before him. The moment the tortoise shell appeared, it shined with a ghostly light that shot out like sharp swords in all directions. As the light flickered violently, the tortoise shell suddenly became illusory and expanded like crazy. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an incomparably large tortoise beast. This tortoise beast was given to him by old Rose Finch. It was the ancient soul restriction that should have been on the great Emperor planet. The tortoise beast appeared and protected Wang Lin. It let out a heaven-shaking roar, and the green wolf closed in. With a bang, it devoured the tortoise shell. From afar, this scene was extremely spectacular. Among the stars, 6 planets collapsed, and a storm swept across the area. Outside the storm, there was a ferocious green wolf and a giant tortoise as they collided. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and countless ripples spread in all directions like raging waves in the sea. The tortoise shell trembled and rapidly shrank. Wang Lin grabbed it and quickly retreated. As for the green wolf, it was first injured by the storm caused by the collapse of the planets. Then it was hit by the ancient soul restriction tortoise. A majority of its body collapsed, and it was knocked back 100,000 feet. The burly man from the Heavenly Wolf Clan walked out from the storm caused by the collapse of the planets. He waved his right hand, and the collapsed green wolf returned to him. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and a large amount of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He continued to retreat, and ripples echoed under his feet. He was about to use spatial bending to escape, but his gaze was locked onto the girl on the burly man's shoulder. His pupils shrank, and his gaze was almost undetectable. Even the girl didn't expect Wang Lin's gaze to fall on her, as he retreated and began to escape. If she knew, if she understood Wang Lin, her mind would be shaken and she would have a bad feeling. The burly man from the Heavenly Wolf clan revealed killing intent and was about to chase when his expression suddenly changed. An ethereal fire appeared inside his body. This fire burned fiercely and instantly surrounded his body. Even the weak green wolf behind him was surrounded by the ethereal fire and let out a miserable scream. Ethereal fire cultivator. Damn it. The burly man's face turned pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. The girl on his shoulder frowned and looked at Wang Lin, who was about to escape. She raised her jade-like hand and touched between her eyebrows. She softly said, "Descendant of the Sealing Extermination Clan, summon my clan's great spell to seal this person and force him to retreat." Just as she finished her spell, the eyes of the retreating Wang Lin shined brightly. The moment the light shined, a monstrous blood light came from the storm caused by the collapse of the 6 planets. The blood sword had long been hidden by Wang Lin on one of the planets. Even though the planet had collapsed, it was still hidden in the chaotic storm and hadn't appeared. Yet right now, at the instant the blood-red light illuminated the starry sky, it charged straight at the young woman. This blood sword was too fast and closed in on the girl in the blink of an eye. It was about to pierce through her forehead, and the girl was startled by this sudden change. There was a flash of bloodlight, and the blood sword pierced through the girl's forehead at an unimaginable speed. It charged out from the back of the girl's head and shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin used spatial bending to escape. Clean and neat. This scene caused the pupils of the burly man from the Fengtian clan to shrink. His mind trembled, and a deep sense of fear appeared in his heart. He is clearly an ethereal fire cultivator, but he was holding back until he triggered my emotions. While I was suppressing the ethereal fire, I didn't expect him to already hide a treasure sword on the planet. In a flash, he took the life of Dao Master Miao Yin's maid. What a deep scheme. That treasure sword is also a strange object. It has such speed and is extremely sharp. This person knows that I'm a third-step cultivator and might have a way to resist the blood sword. In order to ensure his killing intent, he gave up on sneak attacking me and instead wanted to destroy the maid. There was a hint of dread in the burly man's eyes. What he feared was not the cultivation level of this place, but the endless magical treasures and methods, as well as the schemes that were as deep as the sea. He didn't know that aside from being worried that he wouldn't be able to kill her, the most important thing for Wang Lin was that Wang Lin had recognized the mark between the girl's eyebrows. The power and terror this mark represented was deeply engraved in his memory. The Sealing Extermination Clan, one of the rare clans from ancient times, and there were very few people in this clan. With this woman here, all of Wang Lin's spells could be sealed. Once they were sealed, the consequences would be unpredictable. From Wang Lin's point of view, although this woman's cultivation level wasn't high, the threat she posed wasn't any weaker than the burly man at the early stage of Nirvana Void. What a ruthless person. A faint sigh came from the shoulder of the celestial worshipper. The young girl, whose forehead had been pierced and blood flowed out, slowly regained their luster after a brief moment of dullness. The wound between her eyebrows moved at a speed visible to the naked eye until it completely recovered. However, a permanent scar appeared there. The wound on the back of her head also healed. The girl raised her slender finger and wiped the blood from the scar. Then she placed it in the corner of her mouth and sucked it in. What a terrifying scheme. He had already calculated our path. He first left restrictions on the 6 planets and detonated them when we got close. He used the chaos of the collapse of the planets to disturb our minds, so that we only saw the planets collapse and didn't notice the flying sword hidden inside. This was his goal. The girl's eyes lit up. He should know that I'm a member of the Sealing Extermination Clan. He set this up to kill me. The girl revealed a charming smile, but there was a hint of dread in her eyes that couldn't be hidden. What a deep scheme. Once he determined I was an enemy, he was decisive and ruthless. This kind of person is not to be trifled with. We underestimated him. Even Master underestimated him. If not for the fact that my Sealing Extermination Clan has 3 souls just now, I would already be dead. The girl clenched her teeth. Although she looked calm, her mind was filled with fear. At that moment, she didn't even have a chance to think before she died once. This was the first time she had experienced something like this in her life. Chase him to the ends of the earth and kill him. Northeast, 170 Sure Sand, for 1,532 kilometers. This person's schemes run deep. Everything has to be taken into consideration. I'm afraid that the route he took to escape has its own meaning. This direction, this, the woman said softly. Her hand that held the compass was still trembling. She suddenly looked up toward the northeast. That is where the ancient order tomb is. Why did he choose to escape there? The burly man from the Heavenly Wolf clan silently pondered and took a step forward. A rumble echoed as he tore open a rift and stepped inside. It wasn't until he left that the rift slowly closed. Only the storm formed by the collapsed cultivation planet continued to spread. Outside the rift to the ancient order tomb, there was a thick layer of fog that contained terrifying power. Even third-step cultivators had to be careful and didn't dare to carelessly step into the fog. This fog covered more than 100,000 kilometers, and there were many cultivators of the ancient star system around it. No one noticed that a huge change was brewing inside the rift to the ancient order tomb. A moment later, it erupted in a manner that would shock the entire ancient star system. It was already the 4th hour. However, before the blood dyed his clothes, a white robe holding a green sword. His clothes were going to turn red, and his sword was going to be soaked in blood. After 2 days of killing, how could he point at the heavens and drink, begging for monthly votes? Chapter 1436. A whirling storm mixed with the thick aura of death from the ancient tombs. It was also filled with the rage of the ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient demons before they died, as well as the resentment of their heads being placed on the stone platforms. They fused together, causing the storm to rush out like crazy. It was as if it wanted to tear apart the fog outside. The fog that covered 50,000 kilometers was hit by the storm and let out a thunderous rumble. At first it was muffled and weak, but soon became louder and louder. In just a moment, it shook the entire star system. The fog within 100,000 kilometers churned as if it had a spirit. It was filled with endless anger as it swept across the star system. The churning fog surged violently and pushed in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Originally, there were cultivators observing outside the fog, and some even sneaked in to observe. However, at this moment, the expressions of all the cultivators changed greatly, and they quickly retreated. The opening of the ancient tomb caught the attention of almost all the powerful cultivators in the ancient star system. They all put down everything they were doing and quickly rushed over. However, at this moment, the cultivators of the ancient star system that rushed over were shaken and had to retreat. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that the fog was collapsing and turning into a huge vortex that was madly pushing forward with loud rumbles. An old man at the 4th heaven's blight couldn't retreat fast enough and was hit by the vortex. He let out a miserable scream, and his body trembled violently. In the blink of an eye, his flesh and blood were corroded until only bones remained. His origin soul was also destroyed by the fog. The same scene could be seen everywhere as the fog moved forward. The fog vortex continued to spread, and its range increased like crazy. 100,000 kilometers, 300,000 kilometers, 500,000 kilometers, 500,000 kilometers, 500,000 kilometers. Without any pause, the fog increased once more. 2 million kilometers, 3 million kilometers, 5 million kilometers, until 5 million kilometers, tens of millions of kilometers. As the vortex spread out, many cultivators turned into skeletons and collapsed to ashes. All of this happened in an instant, and it could be called a catastrophe. However, what was strange was that not all of the cultivators that were hit by the fog died. Out of every 10 people, there was one person that was hit by the fog. Not only did they not suffer any injuries, but they were filled with endless vitality, as if they were 1,000 years younger. A strange mark suddenly appeared next to the mark between their eyebrows. This mark looked like a number mark, or it could be said that they were number marks. Anyone with this number on their forehead would immediately be sucked by an irresistible suction force into the center of the vortex that covered tens of millions of kilometers into the crack in the tomb of the ancients. Tao Master Miao Yin's avatar, the handsome young man, was rapidly retreating. His expression was gloomy. He had retreated tens of millions of kilometers, but he was unwilling to leave. Ancient Order Tomb. This must be the Ancient Order Tomb. Rumor has it that the Ancient Order Tomb has only opened once. Anyone that enters can obtain an unimaginable fortune, whether it is treasures, pills, spells, and even the method to let third-step cultivators enter the void, turbulent realm. Tao Master Miao Yin's expression was gloomy, and he quickly retreated. He clenched his teeth and waved his hand. He didn't open his Joss Flame realm, but powerful Joss flames surrounded his body and formed a dense mass of Joss flame souls. He was surrounded by these Joss flame souls. At a glance, these Joss flame souls were all handsome men and beautiful women. There were more than 10 billion of them. Charge! Tao Master Miao Yin's expression became distorted as he stepped forward. He gave up on retreating and charged into the fog. The moment he touched the fog, the 10 billion Joss flame souls around him let out miserable screams. An indescribably powerful force erupted from the fog. No one could resist this force. Thunderous rumbles echoed around Tao Master Miao Yin, and 40% of the Joss flame souls were destroyed. Tao Master Miao Yin's face was pale. He had only taken 3 steps. As he gritted his teeth, he let out a low roar and took another step forward. His hands formed a seal, and a Taoist technique descended upon him. However, just as he took his 4th step, the fog smashed into his body. The remaining 60% of the Joss flames around him were all destroyed. Tao Master Miao Yin coughed out blood and quickly retreated. I can't force my way in. Do you want to bet or not? As he retreated, he was faced with a difficult choice. Even if I have to give up a clone, I still want to take this gamble. Tao Master Miao Yin's expression became twisted, and he stopped once more. He didn't use any spells and directly collided with the fog. His body was hit by the fog and trembled violently. His avatar's cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of Spirit Void, but after being shrouded by the fog, his cultivation dropped like crazy. Early stage Spirit Void, peak Nirvana Void, late stage Nirvana Void, mid-stage Early stage. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation was weakened by 90%. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his body rapidly withered. His elegant appearance was no longer there. However, just at this moment, a number mark appeared between his eyebrows. The moment the number mark appeared, a suction force arrived and sucked his body into the rift at the center of the storm. I understand. Third-step cultivators can dissolve the power of this fog, but early-stage Nirvana Void cultivators are the highest restriction in the Ancient Order Tomb. Similar scenes continued to occur in the mist that covered tens of millions of kilometers. To the west of the fog was a beast the size of a cultivation planet, the Moongazer Serpent. The old man with the yin and yang face on his back also noticed what was going on in the fog. His eyes lit up, and he made a decision. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and pointed at the center of his brows. With a bang, his origin soul split into 3 parts. They charged into Wudo-chan, Ji Xiantian, and Wang Yu's bodies. After doing all of this, the old man's face turned pale, and he quickly retreated. He shouted, "Wudo-chan, Ji Xiantian, Wang Yu, the 3 of you enter the ancient order tomb." The fog rushed over, and a number mark appeared between the eyebrows of Wang Yu and the other 2. They were pulled into the depths of the fog by the suction force. As the old man retreated, he suddenly disappeared and left the range of the fog. He appeared on a cultivation planet far away and immediately sat down to cultivate. There was also the old man in bee skin that the old vermilion bird called esteemed Great Desolation. His eyes lit up. He had never had an avatar in his life and didn't dare to enter the ancient order tomb with his weakened cultivation. As he retreated, he constantly raised his right hand. Every time he raised his hand, no matter how far away he was, he would grab a cultivator that was retreating and throw them into the fog. The cultivators screamed as they died one by one, turning into skeletons that collapsed. But after several breaths of time, when 7 people had died, the 8th cultivator that was caught by the old man trembled. He didn't die, and a number appeared between his eyebrows. This cultivator was an old man. His face was yellow as if he had been sick for a long time. The moment the number mark appeared between his eyebrows, there was a flash of coldness in Great Desolation's eyes. He formed a seal, and a part of his origin soul flew toward the old man that was being sucked into the fog. In the blink of an eye, his origin soul rushed into the old man's body to possess him. The old man's body trembled, and he let out a miserable scream before disappearing into the fog. Great Desolation's face was slightly pale, and he left the fog. Third step cultivators all used their spells and didn't need to be shown one by one. After the fog spread out for tens of millions of kilometers, it didn't stop. It continued to spread as if there was no end. At this moment, space distorted and Wang Lin's figure appeared. The moment he appeared, he charged forward without any hesitation. However, after just 1,000 feet, his pupils suddenly shrank and he looked into the distance. He saw a monstrous fog wave rushing toward him like a stampede of horses. "What is this?" Wang Lin was startled. When he was escaping, he had split off a part of his divine sense to enter Tian Yunzi's soul. He vaguely calculated that escaping in this direction would be of great benefit to him. Just at this moment, the space behind him was torn apart and collapsed, forming a giant black hole. The burly man from the Heavenly Wolf clan walked out, but the girl on his shoulder that hadn't died before strangely didn't appear. However, there was a gray mark hidden on the burly man's shoulder. If one didn't look closely, it would be difficult to notice. After the burly man appeared, he saw the storm in the distance, and his expression changed. He seemed to hesitate, but he quickly charged toward Wang Lin. His right hand formed a seal, and wolf howls came from around him. 8 direction extreme wolf Dao. As the burly man roared, space itself rumbled, and 8 illusionary wolves tens of thousands of feet large appeared. They surrounded the area and charged at Wang Lin with a roar. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he charged forward like a meteor. He was very fast, but the fog storm was even faster. In the blink of an eye, it closed in like an angry wave and devoured Wang Lin's figure. Then it collided with the 8 wolves. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The loud sound of the collapse was suppressed by the impact of the storm. The 8 green wolves instantly disintegrated, and the storm landed on the burly man, whose expression changed as he retreated. The burly man didn't know what was strange about the fog, but he noticed the powerful force inside. He quickly retreated, but he couldn't outrun the storm. He was at the early stage of Nirvana Void, so there was no need for him to weaken. A number mark suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. However, a shrill scream came from his right shoulder. Chapter 1437. That miserable scream was hidden by the rumbling storm. The girl that was hiding on the burly man's right shoulder to plot against Wang Lin was forced out. No matter what cultivation level one was at, they had to endure the test of the ancient Order Tomb's fog. Even a third-step cultivator had to endure it, let alone a mere sealing extermination clan girl. The moment her figure appeared, she trembled violently and her body rapidly withered. In the blink of an eye, she was completely corroded by the fog and turned into a skeleton. This woman died once more inside the fog. However, the moment she died, the skeleton did not dissipate. Instead, waves of gray light came from it, and in the blink of an eye, flesh and blood grew out of it. In just an instant, the girl who had died had been reborn. Her eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. In a short period of time, she had been killed by Wang Lin's scheme. She was originally feeling lucky, but the moment she was hit by the fog, she died without any resistance. Of the 3 lives of the sealing extermination clan, 2 had died. However, this wasn't the source of her fear. What she feared was that although she was reborn and had one last life, she was inside the fog. This fog killed people without leaving a trace. Even if she was reborn, if she was hit by the fog again, the result would be true death. The moment the girl was reborn, her face turned pale, and she quickly retreated. She wanted to leave the fog, but how could she compare to the speed of the fog? Her body had just reappeared, but before she could retreat far, the fog rushed into her body. Her eyes were filled with despair. She was from the sealing extermination clan, and her body was almost undying. However, the fear of death was monstrous. All of this happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, and it was inconceivably fast. The young woman was enveloped by the mist once more, and she was already in despair. However, the mist circulated through her body and then suddenly left. Not only did she not die, but a strand of life force was born in her body, and it surged into the space between her eyebrows and formed a number. In this short instant, the girl experienced life and death. Sweat soaked her clothes, and before she could recover, a suction force surrounded her body. She couldn't struggle and was sucked into the depths of the fog. There was also the burly man from the Heavenly Wolf clan. He took a step forward and was sucked into the depths of the mist. Wang Lin clearly saw all of this. His eyes flashed. The scene of the young girl dying and being reborn caused his heart to tremble. I killed her once before, and this strange fog killed her again, but she's still not dead. The sealing extermination clan is simply too powerful. However, looking at her final expression, it doesn't seem fake. That despairing gaze revealed her inner thoughts. If this woman dies again, it's impossible for her to come back to life. Wang Lin's observation skills were meticulous and profound, so it wasn't difficult for him to analyze this matter. What truly puzzled him was his current state. When the fog entered his body, it did not form a number mark between his eyebrows. Instead, it turned into ancient god power and was instantly absorbed by the star between his eyebrows. However, this ancient god power contained too much death, aura, and resentment. After Wang Lin absorbed it, a tyrannical aura appeared in his body. It was as if it had turned into a berserk aura that rumbled in his mind. If he hadn't suppressed it quickly enough and stopped absorbing it, his mind would have been thrown into chaos by that aura. Even so, after dispelling the berserk ancient god power, his mind was unprecedentedly clear. This feeling was very clear, as if he had traveled through summer and winter. There was no number mark between his eyebrows, so he wasn't affected by the suction force. Inside the fog, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his mind continued to analyze the situation. Gradually, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. As he recalled the number and the location he was at when he came here, his pupils suddenly constricted. Outsiders can't understand the number mark, but it is clearly the ancient god language. Could this be the direction Greed said he would take to leave the ancient tomb? Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes lit up. He suddenly turned around and stared at the depths of the fog where the Heavenly Wolf tribe man and the girl were sucked away. No wonder the ancient symbol didn't appear between my eyebrows. No wonder when the fog entered my body, it turned into ancient god power. The number between the burly man's eyebrows was 14. The number between the woman's eyebrows was 29. Wang Lin licked his lips and pondered. This place is filled with danger, and the ancient tomb is even more dangerous. Should I go or not? 3 breaths later, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with decisiveness. His personality was like this, seeking riches from danger. If he gave up on entering the ancient tomb, he didn't know when he would encounter it again. He might not even have the chance to do so in his entire life. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His expression was cold and cautious as he charged into the depths of the fog. The more dangerous it was, the more it represented the existence of great fortune. I'll let Wang experience the ancient tomb and see what kind of terrifying fortune it is. As an ancient god, I'll have a much better time here than others. Wang Lin moved like a fish and decisively gave up on absorbing the fog filled with death and resentment. Although this fog could strengthen his ancient god power, Wang Lin knew that once he absorbed it, his consciousness would no longer belong to him. He would be controlled by the death and resentment and become a living dead. Wang Lin moved faster and faster, but his expression became even more cautious. Although he wasn't being careful, it was close. He had relied on this cautiousness to survive many life and death crises in his life. If he was reckless, it would be to scheme against the person suspected to be the sovereign. This was a crazy idea he had, and there was no reason for it to appear. To be more accurate, it had suddenly appeared after talking to the first-generation rosefinch. He came up with a lot of ideas and reasons for this matter. He even fused with the all-seer's soul to calculate. He even made up his mind that if the sovereign was really in closed-door cultivation, he would immediately use the jade to escape back to the inner realm once the sovereign recovered from his serious injuries. All of this seemed to be his own ideas and naturally appeared. However, after he escaped from the Fire Sparrow clan's holy land, when Wang Lin began to wonder if the middle-aged man was the sovereign, a terrifying doubt appeared in his mind. This doubt caused his body to feel a chill. Why would I do such a crazy thing and have such a crazy idea? However, the moment this doubt appeared, it immediately dissipated. It was as if other things had disturbed him, making him almost forget that this doubt had appeared when he suspected the sovereign's identity. However, at this moment after entering the fog, his mind suddenly became clear. It was as if the inside of the fog and the outside world were 2 different worlds. A force that had unknowingly descended on Wang Lin was cut off after he entered the fog. The disappearance of this force caused the doubt in Wang Lin's mind to appear once more. It became even stronger, and in just a moment he was covered in cold sweat. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and stared at the churning fog behind him. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the endless fog and see the calm, ancient star system. After a long time, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He had never felt this kind of feeling in his life. The more he thought about what had happened after he came to the ancient star system, the more Wang Lin felt like there was a force controlling him. After pondering a bit, the fear in Wang Lin's eyes was replaced by coldness. After pondering for a long time, he determined that entering the ancient tomb was a decision he had made after analyzing it, and not something that had appeared out of nowhere. He turned around and charged into the depths of the fog. He moved faster and faster until he turned into a ray of light. As he closed in on the depths of the fog, he saw struggling cultivators being pulled by the suction force. These people all had a number mark between their eyebrows. 37, 45, 71. Wang Lin gradually closed in on the depths of the fog. He saw a hideous rift in the distance. There was no fog in the world inside the rift, but it was distorted. Even so, Wang Lin could still see the hideous heads on the floating rocks. Ancient tomb. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he was about to step into the rift. However, just at this moment, the fog around him rumbled. Wang Lin suddenly turned around, and his pupils shrank. The fog behind him churned, and thunderous rumbles echoed. A person slowly walked out. This person was a middle-aged scholar, but he was extremely handsome and seemed to be a woman. However, his face was a bit pale. It was obvious that it had been very difficult for him to get here. His body was surrounded by 9 strange statues. These statues had no hair, and they had 9 expressions of anger, joy, sadness, and so on. Each statue's expression was different. They surrounded the woman like scholar, emitting waves of pale yellow light. They forcibly brought the scholar here from the fog. This scholar also didn't have a number mark between his eyebrows. When he saw Wang Lin, his tired face revealed a look of surprise. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but there were huge waves in his heart. He knew how powerful this fog was, but the person before him had managed to get here. Without speaking, Wang Lin turned around and stepped into the rift. He was about to enter the ancient tomb. "Fellow cultivator, can you help me?" A very beautiful voice that sounded like a woman's came from the scholar's mouth. In the ancient star system, there was a giant palace floating in the boundless space. This space seemed to be hidden in the ancient star system, and no one could find it. The palace was somewhat dark. Only a few candles burned erratically, giving off soft crackling sounds. With the help of the fire, one could faintly see that there was a well on the ground. There was water inside the well, and the surface was like a mirror. It reflected 3 candlelight, making it impossible to tell what was real and what was fake. A figure whose entire body was covered in a black robe and whose face could not be seen was silently standing beside the well and looking at the water surface. Other than the 3 candlelight reflections, there was also a white-haired figure in the water. This figure was Wang Lin. Wang Lin's figure was surrounded by the 3 candlelight, as if he was sealed. However, just as Wang Lin stepped into the fog in the ancient star system, ripples appeared on the surface of the well. It trembled as if it was being disturbed by a force that didn't belong to this world. Wang Lin's figure became distorted and gradually dissipated. The ancient order tomb suddenly opened and disrupted the old man's plan. What a pity! What a pity! Fishing the moon in the well was so close. The person hidden in the black robe looked at all of this and murmured in a calm, hoarse voice. He raised his right hand, revealing his withered fingers and slightly curved nails. He pointed at the water. The ancient order tomb involved a lot of things and was very important. He needed to be very careful. Chapter 1438. However, just as the black-robed old man's finger was about to land on the surface of the water, a dazzling blue light suddenly erupted from the surface of the water. In the blink of an eye, it filled the surface of the water and collided with the black-robed old man's finger. There was no sound, but there was a ring-shaped ripple that suddenly spread out from the point of contact between the blue light and the old man's finger. It turned into an impact that spread out and blew on the old man's black robe, causing his robe to flutter and flutter. I can ignore the fishing the moon in the well you used on him, but if you kill him, I think... A calm voice came from the blue light on the surface of the water. "I'll make a move." The black-robed old man pondered for a bit before he slowly said with a hoarse voice, "You are not a match for the old man. I can make your injuries worse." The voice from the blue light was still calm. The black-robed old man didn't speak. After a long time, he let out a sigh and spoke with a hoarse voice. "We have an agreement. Back then, you asked me to make a move, and I've already made a move. Don't you want your wife's body back? Don't forget, you are one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system." The voice from the blue light became silent. After a while, the voice was old and tired as it echoed in the hall. "I'm also a father." The hall was silent. Only the faint burning sound of the candles could be heard. In this quiet hall, the sound was clear, like the sound of someone thinking. Just this once. The black-robed old man slowly turned around and walked into the depths of the hall. The blue light from the well slowly dissipated. Hashtag, 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 fellow Taoist, can you help me? Outside the crack in the ancient order tomb, Wang Lin didn't stop because of this sentence or this pleasant voice. It was as if he didn't hear it at all. His body turned into a dazzling beam of light and directly stepped into the distortion outside the rift. The distortion was the fog and the void. When Wang Lin entered, it was as if he had left this world. His aura disappeared without a trace. His figure disappeared in the blink of an eye under the startled gaze of the middle-aged scholar. He had entered the crack in the ancient order tomb. Wang Lin wasn't a child, so he wasn't that curious. He didn't want to help someone without knowing the truth. The middle-aged scholar that looked like a woman was extremely terrifying for him to force his way here. He didn't want to come into contact with such a person. Even if the other party had promised him benefits to help, Wang Lin would have left without hesitation. Right now his mind was extremely clear. There was a small difference compared to before he entered the Ancient Order tomb, but this small difference made him feel a sense of danger. The more he thought about everything he had done in the Ancient Star System, the more Wang Lin felt like it wasn't him. A force had entered his body and was silently controlling his thoughts. As a result, he became even more cautious and completely ignored the middle-aged scholar. Seeing the strange young man leave even faster after he spoke, the middle-aged scholar frowned. Although he was less than 1,000 feet from the crack in the Ancient Order tomb, with his powerful cultivation and treasures, he could only go this far. He couldn't go any further. Seeing the fog churn and become even more violent, the middle-aged scholar let out a sigh. It looks like I can't enter the Ancient Order tomb with my original body. That little fellow doesn't have the Ancient Order tomb mark between his eyebrows. This person's identity is obvious. Aside from that brute Tuasin, the only other ancient god that destroyed Seventh Sister's avatar is the other ancient god. The middle-aged scholar's eyes lit up, and he raised his hand to form a seal. The 9 bald statues around him shined brightly, and with a wave of his hand, the light from the 9 statues became even brighter. The light fused together and almost completely covered his body. A moment later, the figure of a woman walked out from the fog. This woman was extremely beautiful. She had long hair that reached her hips and wore white clothes. Her body was slightly translucent, and one could clearly see that there were 9 rays of light moving within her. The moment the woman appeared, the fog rushed in her body and a faint mark appeared between her eyebrows. As she let out a sigh, she took a step forward and entered the Ancient Order tomb that was 1,000 feet away. The moment he stepped into the fog, the light in the fog dissipated slightly. The middle-aged scholar retreated from the fog and retreated. His face was slightly pale as he retreated and thought, I can only send my avatar into the Ancient Order tomb. That little ancient god has traces of fishing the moon in the well. Aside from him, there is no one else in the ancient star system that can use this spell. Perhaps there's a chance for me to cooperate with that little ancient god. Big Sister and 8th Sister have been missing for many years. 2nd Sister has already found someone to cooperate with. Even 4th Sister didn't hesitate to steal that brute toxin. 5th Sister has possessed a body, so Dao Master Blue Dream is naturally on her side. If I don't find someone to cooperate with, I fear I'll be isolated. The middle-aged scholar pondered as he went further and further away. Just as he was about to leave the Ancient Order tomb, the middle-aged scholar's eyes lit up, and he suddenly stopped. He looked into the distance. The fog in the distance churned, and a faint roar came from within. A tyrannical aura spread out, and the roar contained a hint of madness. Even if he didn't ask, this god would have come on his own. You woman, shut up for this god. Shut up. Shut up. A laughter that could shake one's heart came from the roar. This laughter was filled with temptation, like the voice of a devil. I won't say it, but the more manic you are, the more I like it. Being with you is much more enjoyable than being with that useless celestial sovereign. In an instant, a giant figure could be seen walking out from the fog. This figure was too big, almost the size of a cultivation planet. However, its body continued to shrink as it moved forward. It was Tuo-san. At this moment, Tuo-san's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had gone crazy. His expression was ferocious, but he gave off a domineering aura. He continued to roar and was about to pass before the middle-aged scholar. Isn't this the cold and arrogant third sister? What's wrong with third sister's cultivation? Could it be that you are unable to enter the old tomb? A voice that was filled with temptation and carried a trace of charm was slowly emitted from Tuo Sen's forehead. The middle-aged scholar sneered and retreated a few steps. He left in another direction, and his voice echoed. It's hard to change a fox's name. I can smell that disgusting aura from far away. But I can't compare to Third Sister, who was once the holy daughter of the Heaven Gate sect. I'm afraid you're still a virgin. You were captured by the celestial sovereign and raised for many years to become a perfect cultivation furnace. Unfortunately, that old thing didn't have the fortune to enjoy it. I wonder who will take advantage of you in the future. The voice filled with temptation laughed, as if she didn't care at all, as Tuo Sen's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. There was a flash of coldness in the white-robed scholar's eyes, and he let out a cold snort as he walked further and further away. The moment Wang Lin entered the crack in the ancient order tomb, he immediately felt a transfer force. Before he could clearly see what was happening, his body trembled, and he quickly retreated several dozen feet. His hands formed a seal, and there was a burst of light around him. It was as if a shadow had fused with him. This was because he was being cautious. After all, this was the ancient order tomb, and a lot of people had entered before him, so he had to be on guard. Just as Wang Lin's shadow appeared, there was a thunderous bang, and a powerful force landed on Wang Lin's body. It collided with the shadow around him. Fortunately, Wang Lin's cautious nature allowed him to activate the light and shadow shield before the sneak attack. At this moment, the shadow around him shined brightly. The powerful force was reflected by the light and shadow shield, and was reflected back. There was a muffled groan, and someone quickly retreated. All of this happened in a flash. The moment Wang Lin stepped into the crack, someone sneak attacked him, but in the blink of an eye, they immediately retreated. At this moment, Wang Lin clearly saw his surroundings. This place was a bit different from what he saw outside the crack. Although it was similar, it was clearly not the same place. It was clear that the moment they entered the crack, everyone was teleported to different areas. The sky was dark and the earth was covered in a thick fog. This fog was like an unfathomable sea that slowly moved. Occasionally, it would open up into a gaping black hole as if it was waiting to devour. There were endless platforms of rocks floating in the air. There were heads on these platforms. At a glance, there were many platforms that covered the sky, and it was impossible to see the end. Before Wang Lin, there was a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe rapidly retreating. His face was pale, and blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He looked at Wang Lin with terror in his eyes. He was the person who sneak attacked Wang Lin. There were dozens of cultivators in the sky, and all of them had shocked expressions on their faces. When Wang Lin's gaze swept by, they all subconsciously retreated. The smell of blood filled the air. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he immediately determined that these people had teamed up more than once to kill the terrified cultivators that were sucked into this place, killing people to steal their treasures. Further off in the distance, there were scattered cultivators trying to step onto the platforms. However, there seemed to be a strange force surrounding the platforms. No matter how many spells were used, no one was able to enter. At a glance, there were hundreds of cultivators here. However, this place was too big, so it didn't feel crowded at all. Friendly recommendation: Zhang Juanbao's Super Teacher series reappears. Book number 1912447. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.